Live from El Paso County, Texas, the veterans' capital of the USA. From inside the Alicia Chacon Commissioner's Courtroom of the Enrique Moreno County Courthouse, you are watching the El Paso County Commissioner's Court meeting.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Monday, March 24th, 2025. Commissioner's Court is meeting in regular open session. This morning, we're joined by ASL interpreters Selena Salum, Katia Garcia, and Dario Garcia. Commissioner Holguin, would you like to introduce this morning's pledge group?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Well, today we have with us Nailea Cruz, who is a student at Socorro Middle School and the daughter of our illustrious mayor of Socorro, Mayor Rudy Cruz. Good morning, Nailea. How are you? Thank you very much for being here with us today and leading us in the pledge.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Nailea.
Next, we'll receive an invocation from Pastor Anthony Bedoya, representing Calvary Chapel, Sun City.
Welcome, Pastor.
Commissioners, let's pray. Heavenly Father, first of all, thank you for waking us up this morning and blessing us with another day. Thank you, most of all, Father God and Jesus, for the ultimate sacrifice you both made for us on the cross. You paid the price for us. Because of that sacrifice, our sins are forgiven, and only because of that, we are able to enter your kingdom. Thank you for your unconditional love. You both went through so much knowing you would be rejected, ignored, and hated. But you love us so much, a love we probably don't understand or comprehend. And again, we thank you for that. Help us live our lives appreciative for all that you have done and continue to do for us. John 3:16 through 17 says, "For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. For God did not send his Son into the world to condemn the world, but that the world through him might be saved." Lord, I pray for Judge Samaniego, Commissioner Butler, Commissioner Holguin, Commissioner Coronado, and Commissioner Stout. Give them wisdom and understanding to make the difficult decisions they need to make at times. Give them boldness and courage to vote on matters that would bring you great honor and glory. I pray you would protect them and guide them. I also pray that their hearts and minds would be receptive and open to you and your guidance. Lord, I pray for our county employees. I pray that you would protect them, and lift them up, especially those that are going through difficult times in their lives right now. Remind them that if they put their trust and faith in you, you will carry them through those storms. Thank you for our employees. Without them, the offices within this courthouse would not function. Bless them, encourage them, and protect them. I pray for all our elected officials. I pray that you would remind them they are here to serve and not to be served. You put them in office, and you can also remove them from their current positions. Remind them to be humble, caring, and help them to build the individuals that work for them, that they would be a great example. Help them be great mentors. Remind them that without their staff, they wouldn't make it, and without you, they won't make it. Humble them when they need to be humbled, Lord. And Lord, I pray for the families that were impacted over the weekend in Las Cruces. We live in a fallen world, and I can't explain the foolish, evil actions that take place. I pray that you would comfort all the families that have been impacted by this evil act. Bless them with a comfort that can only come from you. Bring them peace during this difficult time. Lord, no matter what is taking place around the world, good or bad, you are still King of Kings and Lord of Lords. You are in control and always will be. 1 Peter 5:6-7 says, "Therefore humble yourselves under the mighty hand of God, that he may exalt you in due time, casting all your cares upon him, for he cares for you." God bless El Paso, God bless Texas, and God bless America. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you. Y'all have a great day.
Thank you.
Judge, do you have any opening remarks for us this morning?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. On behalf of myself and our commissioners, we welcome you to Commissioners Court. I'm so glad that the pastor brought up Las Cruces. It's so heartfelt, especially for a community that has suffered something similar, to see it happening and knowing the impact it has on the family. So I'd like to start off just a moment of silence for the families and victims in Las Cruces and for the entire community, because when those things happen, everybody gets impacted. So for a moment of silence for all of them. Thank you. Thank you. And as I said, welcome. We have some great resolutions that are coming up, and we're always so appreciative of being able to recognize. So we have some great people in the audience. Our Representative Limon is in the audience, and we have our Veteran of the Year in the audience. So as you could see, just a lot of special individuals here, but we have some great resolutions. So wishing all of you a great Monday and just a very blessed week. So thank you for being here today. Thank you.
Item number 4 is the consent agenda composed of items 4A through 4Z. We do have a couple of corrections that we do need to read in from our agenda. Item number 4O, we have a correction per the County Auditor's Office. Item 4O should read, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the third amendment to the interlocal agreement, VRF Project Development Agreement, for the Tierra Este Road Project with the Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority, authorizing the CRRMA to perform additional design services required by the Texas Department of Transportation for the completion of the project in the amount of $33,193.14. Funds are available through county vehicle registration fee proceeds. No county funds are required. Contract number 2025-0078. We also have a correction to read in for item 4T. Item 4T from the Purchasing Department should read, approve and authorize the purchase of as-needed public safety supplies and equipment for the El Paso County, Texas, using Buy Board 69823, awarded to GT Distributors Incorporated of Pflugerville, Texas, Municipal Emergency Services Incorporated of Houston, Texas, and Galls LLC of Lexington, Kentucky. Pricing discounts as identified through cooperative contract. Purchases exceeding $50,000 will be presented to Commissioners Court for approval on an individual basis. Purchasing approved on February 23rd, 2025. Funding available in various accounts. Are there any items that members of the court or the public would like to pull for individual discussion from the consent agenda?
I'll move to approve.
Okay. We have a motion from Judge Samaniego, a second from Commissioner Holguin. The voting is open. Motion carries.
We will be, 9A would be first, okay.
Yes, sir. We quickly have to go to item 9A from County Administration. Receive a presentation, discuss and take appropriate action regarding El Paso County's 89th Texas Legislative Agenda and value statements, and provide discussion and input regarding federal legislative items for the 119th Congress.
We typically go right into the resolutions, but this is a very time-sensitive matter that we'll address first, and then we'll come back to the resolutions.
Judge, real quick, before Alicia starts, I just wanted to let you know I was on a plane ride back with Representative Gonzalez, and she asked that the county be supportive of one of her bills. It's HB 1275. It has to do with reducing some restrictions on dairies in El Paso County, and so that's why I wanted to take this out of order so we could vote on this, so that Alicia can go drop a card on the item when it's up in committee today. I don't know if Alicia had anything to add, but
Thank you. Alicia?
can't hear you. You're muted.
Affairs Manager. Thank you for taking this item out of order. We want to support Vice Chair Gonzalez's House Bill 1275, which would allow El Paso County and parts of Hudspeth County to get back on the dairy business. This is a $40 million a year industry that had to be, or I guess permits were halted back in the 77 legislative session due to a spread of bovine tuberculosis that is now clear. I know that the Texas Animal Health Commission established a movement restriction zone so that permits, DSHS could not issue permits for dairy producers in the area because of this spread. However, the areas are now clear of this disease. And what House Bill 1275 does is it repeals the section that was created back in the 77 session for health issues. But now, since we're clear, we can bring back these permits for El Paso and Hudspeth counties. So I would request a motion to support this this bill.
So moved.
And we can see it on slide, I don't know if my slides are up, but the slides supportive of county business, it's like the fourth slide, I believe. Next one. Next one.
There it
There
is.
it is.
Yes, so yeah, House Bill 1275. Like I said, it repeals the section of the code that requires this, I should say, like the denial of permits for the producer dairies in El Paso County.
Thank you, Elisa.
We have a motion from Commissioner Stout and a second from Judge Samaniego. The voting is open. And the motion carries.
Thank you, Alicia, and we'll be bringing you back on later, okay?
Thank you so much. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
We're going to start today with item 5G from the resolutions, postponed from March 10th, 2025. Approve and adopt a resolution recognizing El Paso boxer Stephanie Hahn for winning the WBA lightweight title and maintaining her unbeaten record of 10-0.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. This is very special. You keep putting us on the map, Stephanie, and of course, your sister Jessica as well, that our first champion, world champion here in El Paso, and Master Dad, thank you for being here. So pretty amazing. So I'm very privileged to be able to read this into the record. Where Stephanie Hahn has achieved an extraordinary milestone in her professional boxing career by remaining undefeated in 10 professional fights and claiming the World Boxing Association Women's Lightweight World Championship. Whereas on February 22nd, 2025, at the historic El Paso County Coliseum, Stephanie Hahn secured the prestigious WBA title with a knockout victory in the first round, completed in under 2 minutes, showcasing her exceptional skill, athleticism, and determination. Where Stephanie Hahn's success is a result of her relentless work ethic, unwavering commitment, and the strength of the Hahn family legacy, a legacy that has significantly contributed to El Paso's proud boxing history. Whereas prior to her professional boxing career, Stephanie Hahn made history at Irvin High School in 2009 as the school's first ever girls state wrestling champion, demonstrating her tenacity and competitive spirit from an early age. Where Stephanie Hahn now proudly stands as El Paso's second world boxing champion, bringing immense pride to her hometown and inspiring future generations of athletes. Where Stephanie Hahn's success has been supported by Warrior Edge Boxing and King's Promotion in partnership with the El Paso County Coliseum, which has been instrumental in keeping Stephanie's fights here in her beloved hometown. And whereas in addition to her accomplishments in the boxing ring, Stephanie has honorably served the community as an El Paso Police Department officer since 2016, now trains the next generation of officers as an instructor at the El Paso Police Department Training Academy. Where Stephanie Hahn is a proud graduate of the University of Texas at El Paso, UTEP. In addition to her roles as a police officer and professional boxer, she is also a devoted wife and dedicated mother, exemplifying the strength, resilience, and spirit of the El Paso community. Now therefore be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of El Paso hereby recognizes and proudly honors Stephanie Hahn for her outstanding achievements in professional boxing, her dedicated service to the community, and for representing El Paso with pride, honor, and excellence. Signed this 24th day of March, 2025.
We have a motion from Judge Samaniego, a second from Commissioner Coronado. The voting is open. Motion carries.
Stephanie.
Thank you. It's an honor to be recognized in front of you guys, so I truly appreciate this. I'm so glad to be standing here today as, again, the second world champion from El Paso, Texas. The first one is right here, my sister, Jennifer Hahn. I truly would not be here without my family, so these people right here, my dad and my sister, Jennifer Hahn, they've done so much for me, and I appreciate that. I'm so glad that they're here with me, receiving this honor in front of all of you guys, so thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'd love to hear from Jennifer.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Jennifer.
I'm Jennifer Hahn, for those who aren't familiar with me, and I was the IBF world champion for many years, but I must say that we are so proud of Stephanie. I mean, as you can see, she's such a beautiful person inside and out. She is the most powerful representative of our community as a mother, as a police officer, and as a professional fighter. Like, we don't carry these words lightly. She's put in the time, the energy, she's sacrificed everything, and we're just so excited to see her next fight. But thank you so much. This is such a great honor, and God bless.
Thank you. I think there's so many dimensions of, you know, being a woman and showing other women to be strong and relentless, and we have such a great community of athletes. It's just amazing. But I think we've been talking about this at Commissioners Court, about the importance of role modeling, especially, you know, the pandemic. It sort of shifted a lot of individuals, young people, trying to figure out things, the uncertainties, and they always look up to someone, and I know all of us are the same. We look to someone to sort of guide us, be a beacon. And Stephanie, you've just been an incredible beacon, your professionalism. I have the video while you're going up to the to the boxing ring, and I wanted to move out of your way because you had that look. I go, well, she's going to win really quickly on this one. So we thank you. Also, your dad, thank you very much. I'm sure the support and that you've given them and the guidance, we thank you for that as well. And just and also, Jennifer, if you could help out so much on this role modeling, because you have such a great story to tell, and whatever we could do. I think the only thing that wish, we do have a sheriff's department, Stephanie, that we would cover your ears, Representative Limon. I'm trying to recruit to the sheriff's department. So, no, but we thank you. This is a great honor for all of us, and when you win, the community wins and everybody wins. So thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
Judge, real quick, I just wanted to say congratulations. And also another facet of her role modeling is she was a finalist in the Miss Sun City pageant that I was a judge for, not this past weekend, but the weekend before. So congratulations on that as well.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. We'll go down there.
Going back to our order, item number 5A from resolutions. Approve and adopt a resolution declaring Saturday, March 29th, 2025 as Oro Temple number 9 and Oro Court number 20 combined annual celebration in El Paso County, Texas.
Commissioner Stout.
Good morning, good morning. I have the honor of being able to read this resolution into the record. If y'all would like to come up to the podium while I read it, have a couple of comments. Just wanted to ask y'all, did you all know, Judge and Commissioners, that in 1969, Oro Temple 9 was the first organization in El Paso to furnish rooms for the then new YWCA activity building? I didn't know that. I obviously wasn't around at that point in time, but I did see it in a newspaper clipping, and I'm not sure which building that is, but it might be the building here on Texas Avenue now, the Leadership Academy. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. The resolution describes a lot of their other works here in El Paso, but the Ancient Egyptian Arabic Order Nobles of the Mystic Shrine, founded in 1893, is an organization with a collective membership of over 25,000 throughout the continental United States, Canada, Germany, Italy, England, Spain, Hawaii, Japan, Korea, Guam, Thailand, Panama, and the Bahamas. This benevolent, charitable, and fraternal organization is dedicated to the principle of fostering civic, economic, and educational development programs throughout the world. And that includes for the past 104 years, if I understand correctly, here in El Paso. And so with that, I'll go ahead and read the resolution, and then we can hear from y'all. The resolution states, whereas Oro Temple 9, number 9 of the Ancient Egyptian Arabic Order Nobles of the Mystic Shrine of North and South America and its jurisdictions, Inc., Prince Hall affiliated, will host their 104th annual Potentate and Commandress Ball and celebration on March 29, 2025 at the Wyndham Airport and Casino. And whereas Oro Temple number 9, esteemed charitable and nonprofit organization, has a history of generously donating to numerous charitable causes as part of their annual projects. And whereas the primary mission of Oro Temple number 9 is to foster benevolence and cultivate goodwill within both the local community and beyond. Throughout their tenure, Oro Temple number 9 have actively raised funds for a plethora of charitable endeavors, including but not limited to supporting the MDA Jerry Lewis Telethon, the United Negro College Fund, Cafe, Child Crisis Center, McCall Neighborhood Center, Initiatives for Cancer Research, Hospice of El Paso, the Salvation Army, NAACP, NAACP Legal Defense Fund, the Shriners Health and Medical Research Foundation, providing uniforms and tools for schools, aiding New Life Christian Home, the Ronald McDonald House, the YWCA Transitional Living Center, and numerous other vital organizations serving this community. And whereas in 2024, Oro Temple number 9 exemplified its commitment to philanthropy through generous contributions to various local organizations. This included providing cash donations to the Salvation Army, assisting with curbside donations for Thanksgiving, and supporting the National Diabetes, American Cancer Society, and American Red Cross. Furthermore, they generously donated toys to the El Paso Child Crisis Center and contributed hams to the El Paso Holy Royal Arch Thanksgiving Community Dinner. Additionally, they extended their support by donating hygiene items to the El Paso Job Corps Center and serving breakfast quarterly to the El Paso Independent Living Center, a homeless shelter. And now, therefore, be it resolved by the County Judge and Commissioners Court of the County of El Paso, Texas, that March 29, 2025 shall be known as Oro Temple number 9 and Oro Court number 20 Combined Annual Celebration. Signed this 24th day of March, 2025, the Honorable County Commissioners Court.
We have a motion from Commissioner Stout, a second from Judge Samaniego. The voting is open. Motion carries.
Well, thank you all for being here. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Judge and County Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity and taking the time out to present us with a resolution. I am Curtis Smith, the Imperial Deputy of the Desert of Texas and a member of Oro Temple number 9. I have with me today the illustrious potentate, James Patrick, and the illustrious commandress, Stephanie D. Allen, and I'll let them speak and introduce their members.
Thank you.
Commandress.
Howdy, everyone.
Hello.
Big Texas howdy. I am Stephanie Allen. I'm the illustrious commandress of Oro Court number 20 here in El Paso, Texas, which is the Oasis Desert of Texas. I guess you would say I'm actually the president of the female side. That's what the illustrious commandress actually is. This is my first lieutenant here, Gina Miller, and my second lieutenant, Sherry Lee Park. And then I have, what is your title? Okay, so daughter Samuel, she don't want to say what her other title is, and which HPIC, daughter Samuel, HPIC, Anna Howe, and that's all my daughters. But as he said, we're a very benevolent, giving organization, and we're here to support the community.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Judge, County Commissioners. Today, illustrious potentate James Patrick. Today I have the distinct pleasure of having, again, I'm going to introduce him. I know he introduced himself, but the Imperial Deputy of the Desert for the state of Texas, Curtis L. Smith. I have my Deputy Oasis for the Oasis of El Paso, Stephen Monroe, and then I have my Marshal here with me, Kentra Stokes. But again, we do a lot in the community, and we are El Paso, and I appreciate you all.
Thank you. Good. If you introduce yourselves, each one, that way we could.
Oh, each
Yeah.
one? Okay.
Yeah, just combine, just introduce yourselves. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. My name is, well, I would be considered daughter, Gina Miller, First Lieutenant Commandress. Sit to the right of my Commandress and we work together to maintain what we do for our community, and we're grateful to do so. We're also grateful to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Dr. Sherry Lee Park. To the judge and commissioners, thank you for allowing us to be here on the day.
Thank you.
I'm honorary past Imperial Commanderess and past Deputy for the Desert of Texas, Anna Harris Howe.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I am R. Lucille Samuel, Honorary Past Imperial Commanderess, and I am the Desert Treasurer for the state of Texas.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I am Stephen Monroe. I am the Deputy of the Oasis for the city of El Paso, and we thank you for allowing us to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge and Commissioners, I'm Noble Stokes, Kentrell Stokes. I am the Marshal for the Temple, Oro Temple number 9, and I appreciate you guys for having us.
Thank you. Thank you. Got everybody? How amazing. Commissioner Stout, thank you. We always love the fact that we get to learn things, but you have to tell the story a little bit more because it's amazing what you do, how benevolent you are and everything that you do for the community. And so I love when we're able to let other people know, but somehow we need to help you tell that story a little bit more because there's so much uniqueness in El Paso and who we are, and we always talk about, you know, we're very different from most communities in the way we handle situations, the humane way we've handled immigration, and but each one of you, what you do here in El Paso is very, very much appreciated. So we thank you for everything you do, and Commissioner Stout, thank you for bringing such a great resolution to us. Thank you. Commissioner Stout?
Well, thank you. You know, I think we need to continue to highlight the work that different organizations and individuals in our community do for El Paso. And, you know, obviously your organization has had a long-standing tradition of helping in this community. And thank you all for continuing that tradition and making sure that you know, all of these amazing nonprofits and agencies that you all support can continue to thrive as well in this community. So once again, thank you for your work, and we're very proud to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 5B, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing the 2025 Women's Commission Hall of Fame in El Paso County, Texas.
It is my absolute privilege and honor to be able to read this resolution into the record today in honor of some very incredible local women leaders that we have here in El Paso County. These women exemplify what it means to serve our community and to serve as incredible role models for the generations of young women that follow them. I want to thank and ask, yes, big applause, big applause. As the honorees are making their way up to the podium, I want to thank especially Representative Lily Limon and Anna Harris-Howell for all of the incredible work that they do putting together the luncheon that is going to be happening on Saturday, as well as making that difficult decision of choosing the women who will be honored amongst just all of the incredible women that we have here in our community. So I'm going to read the resolution, and then Ms. Howell will hear from you and Representative Limon. Whereas the annual El Paso Commission for Women Hall of Fame recognition event will be held March 29th, 2025, to honor remarkable women who have made a significant contribution to our border community. And whereas the El Paso Commission for Women recognizes women for their efforts in civic leadership, education, military, public relations, public service, science, healthcare, sports, athletics, and volunteerism. And whereas, since its inception in 1985, the El Paso Commission for Women has continued to honor and acknowledge the impact of women in El Paso County. And whereas the El Paso Commission for Women's purpose is to pursue a positive course of action for achieving equal rights and responsibilities for women and to provide scholarship funds for deserving El Paso women. And whereas the El Paso Commission for Women is committed to understanding and respecting the cultural and ethnic diversity of the women in our community and to serve as a model for plurality and inclusiveness. And whereas Ines F. Portillo, Dr. Kathleen Stout, Melinda Villalobos, SFC retired DeBoe Wakefield, R. Lucille Samuel, Susan Ellis Goodell, Kristen Doherty, Laura Castle, Rosalie Yanez, and Dr. Abigail Tarango joined the 210 women that now form the El Paso Commission for Women Hall of Fame. Now therefore be it resolved that Monday, March 24th, 2025 shall be known as El Paso Commission for Women Hall of Fame Honorees Day. In official recognition thereof, the commissioners of this court hereby affix their signatures this 24th day of March 2025 in El Paso County, Texas.
We have a motion from Commissioner Holguin, a second from Judge Samaniego. The voting is open.
Wonderful.
Judge, your vote. Thank you. Motion carries.
Welcome. Good morning.
The El Paso Commission for Women. And on behalf of our members and the phenomenal women that stand behind me that will be inducted into the El Paso Hall of Fame this year, we want to say thank you for recognizing us today. We really appreciated being acknowledged by you. I would like to have our 2025 honorees introduce themselves, starting with Ms. Lucille.
I am R. Lucille Samuel for the professional category.
Thank you. Our very own.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Yes, El Paso Veteran of the Year,
Yes.
DeBoe Wakefield. Also highly humbled and honored to be an inductee for the Military Women's Hall of Fame. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning, Christy Darty,
Welcome,
and
Christy.
I'm really glad to be on at a different level talking to you guys, not having to bring you an annual report, so thank you for letting me be here today. CEO for Emergence Health Network, Local Mental Health Authority, and I'm for healthcare.
Thank you, Christy.
Good morning. I am Kathy for short, Stout. I am being honored for civic leadership. I'm retired from UTEP, and I reinvented myself.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Susan Goodell, and I'm CEO of El Pasoans Fighting Hunger. And I believe that I'm in the public service category.
Thank you, Susan.
And also, I have two of my officers with me. I have my secretary. Come on.
Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Nancy Muniz.
I'm elated because she took off from her job to be here for this honor, and I really appreciate her. And now the person that I stand on her shoulder have been doing it for many years, the Honorable Lily Lamont.
Welcome.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you, Anna. That was very nice. You could have done the presentation for Stephanie and Jennifer as well one day. Just a minute to share with you, I've had the honor of serving on the El Paso Commission for Women since 2007. So there's a little bit of institutional knowledge in my brain, but it's especially pleasurable that we are standing here in the Enrique Moreno Courthouse. Enrique was a member of the El Paso Commission for Women, and that we stand here in the Judge Alicia Chacon County Commissioner's Courtroom. Alicia is an honoree in the El Paso Commission for Women Hall of Fame, and that this proclamation was presented by Commissioner Ileana Olin, who is also a member of the El Paso Commission for Women. As you can see, the diversity of women, these are women that rise to the top. These are the women that are leaders in our community, work tirelessly to make it a better place for all of us to live. I am especially thankful for the opportunity to continue and to serve under the leadership of Anna Howell. And again, thank you very much for having us today. Appreciate it.
Thank you for being here. Well, I think I know each one of you and what you do, and it's just amazing your contributions to our community. I know, Susan, we task you so much on so many things, whether it's a pandemic or anything that happens, so many people that don't get to eat like the rest of us. And so each one of you, thank you, from the mental health, from our Veteran of the Year, but we thank you for continuing. We said earlier about becoming role models, and there's so much to be done. We don't have enough resources to help the many people that depend on us. But what we do have is a role model. If a woman, a young lady looks up to you and decides they're going to be like you, that's already a huge change. It's sort of a form of mentoring, but I know you mentor as well. So thank you very much. And Lena, thank you, Commissioner, for what you're doing and your participation as well. Great resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. And I have to tell you all, being inducted into the Women's Commission Hall of Fame in 2016 was just an incredible honor for me. And thank you, Representative Limon and Ms. Howell, for giving me the opportunity to participate this year in the selection of the honorees. And I have to tell you, it was one of the hardest things that I have ever done. Every single application, resume, letters of recommendation that I read, I thought, oh my goodness, we have to honor this woman. We would have, if it had been up to me, we would have honored all like 200 applicants today. So it was incredibly difficult to have to choose the honorees, but I am so incredibly proud of all of you and thankful for all of the work that you all do for our community every single day. So thank you for letting us honor you. It's frankly the least that we can do for all that you've done for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Christine second.
Okay, which one is next?
Oh, a few weeks ago, when I was at the marathon. Item number 5C, approve and adopt a resolution declaring March 2025 as Social Worker Month in El Paso County, Texas.
Commissioner Holguín.
Thank you. I have the honor of reading this resolution in recognition of another incredibly important group of people in our community, social workers. I don't think any of us can dispute the immense difference that social workers make in the lives of our residents every single day. So I'm thankful, Brian, for the opportunity to be able to recognize you and your coworkers. Whereas people have entered the social work profession for generations because they genuinely care about helping improve the welfare of people, families, communities, and our nation. Whereas this year's Social Work Month theme, Social Work, Compassion, and Action, embodies the fact that social workers go through years of education and training, so they have the skills and experience to transform their care for others into action that brings positive results. Whereas the social work profession has worked for generations to improve living conditions in our nation, with social workers successfully pushing for Social Security, a 40-hour work week, Medicare, and a minimum wage. Whereas social workers have helped this nation live up to its values by successfully advocating for equal rights for all people, no matter their race, sexual identity, gender, culture, or religion. Whereas social workers follow a code of ethics, which sets as the primary mission of the social work profession the enhancement of human well-being and meeting the basic human needs of all people, with particular attention to the needs and empowerment of those who are vulnerable, oppressed, and living in poverty. Whereas the social work profession is one of the fastest growing professions in the United States, with more than 800,000 people expected to be employed as social workers by 2033. Whereas social workers work in all parts of our society, including schools, social service agencies, veteran centers, and government, helping people, family, and communities secure services and policies they need to thrive. Whereas social workers are at the forefront of pressing issues our nation is addressing, including increased needs for mental health care, especially for children and adolescents, substance use disorder treatment, and increased economic and political division. Whereas social workers are one of the largest groups of mental health care providers in the United States and are pressing for a social work interstate licensing compact that will improve mental health care delivery in our nation. Whereas social workers help protect millions of children from abuse and neglect, provide services and support, which helps strengthen families that are under stress and help create new families through adoption. Whereas research proves that the presence of social workers in schools, hospitals, and assisted living facilities improve education and health outcomes and quality of life for students, patients, and residents. Whereas social workers continue to stand ready to assist our nation in overcoming present and future challenges, including ending gun violence, improving health care and mental health care for all, and urging lawmakers to adopt immigration reforms. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court, in recognition of the numerous contributions made by America's social workers, declares March 2025 as Social Worker Month. In official recognition thereof, the Commissioners Court of the County of El Paso hereby affixes their signatures this 24th day of March 2025 in El Paso County, Texas.
We have a motion from Commissioner Holguín, a second from Commissioner Stout. Voting is open. Motion carries.
Brian.
Welcome, Brian.
Thank you. Good morning. And thank you, Commissioner Holguín, for the resolution this morning. And thank you all for bringing this item before the court today. Every day, social workers empower millions of Americans to overcome life-changing challenges across various sectors. Driven by empathy, they make meaningful impacts, especially to confront societal issues. Social workers advocate for justice and support the vulnerable. For over a century, they have shaped a fairer society by championing essential initiatives like Social Security, minimum wage, a 40-hour work week, medical care, and equal rights for marginalized groups. Thank you for recognizing their efforts this morning. And I'd like to introduce the wonderful team of social workers that are with the Domestic Relations Office this morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, thank you. My name is Mireya Cepeda, and I'm a social worker, and we really appreciate this recognition in behalf of the DRO social workers, my team, and of course, all the social workers in the community that are serving with all their hearts.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Annalisa Frey Flores. I'm also a social worker, been with the Domestic Relations Office for 11 years. Thank you for having us today.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Gloria Selene Parra, and I'm a social worker. I've been with the Domestic Relations Office for the past 12 years. Thank you for today's recognition, and we really appreciate the recognition, and it shows that you really value the work we do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. I'm Gwendolyn McClure. I'm one of the social workers at the Domestic Relations Office, and I serve in the Family Court Services Division. And it is my pleasure and honor to serve our great community. Thank you so much for this.
Thank you. Well, Brian, thank you. Thank you. I've been very privileged to have a lot of touch points as a probation officer, in psychiatric social workers at La Tuna, at different places, and it always made such a big difference because it's more of a casework kind of situation that you understand the what they need, how are they going to be able to get out of that situation or help them to strive in our community. So I'm very thankful. Like I said, I had the front row seat and got to see the interventions that you all make. So thank you very much for what you do. And we continue to need social workers in almost every aspect of our community. So thank you. Commissioner Holguin?
Thank you. No, thank you all for the work that you do every single day, and especially here at the county on behalf of our residents. Thank you, and please know that you have our gratitude. We know how difficult it is being a social worker, especially during times like these that we're going through right now, and we're forever grateful for your commitment to our residents. Thank you.
Item number 5D, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing the 40th anniversary of the Texas Association of Mediators in El Paso County, Texas.
Commissioner Holguin.
Thank you, Judge. This is also a great honor for me to present this resolution. I want to thank Marisa Quintanilla from the Rio Grande Council of Governments for bringing it forward. And thank you, Ms. Fran Brostein, for joining us today. So we'll hear from both of you after I read the resolution. Whereas the Texas Association of Mediators was organized in 1985 as the Texas Association of Family Mediators, who originally focused on the concerns of family mediators and their clients. And whereas the Texas Association of Mediators expanded their outreach from family mediation to all areas of mediation and changed the name of the organization in 1990. And whereas the Texas Association of Mediators is a multidisciplinary organization established to provide leadership and education in the field of mediation. And whereas the Texas Association of Mediators is comprised of a statewide network of mediators, fosters the sharing of information and experience among its members. And whereas the Texas Association of Mediators promotes and encourages the use of mediation, cooperation, and communication among organizations and individuals that affect alternative dispute resolution, ethical practice of mediation, and professional development for mediators and other professional dispute resolution specialists. Now therefore be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court do hereby recognize the Texas Association of Mediators for their 40th anniversary. In official recognition thereof, the commissioners of this court hereby affix their signatures this 24th day of March, 2025 in El Paso County, Texas.
We have a motion from Commissioner Holguin, a second from Judge Samaniego. Voting is open. Motion carries.
Congratulations on your 40th anniversary.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Welcome.
Marisa Quintanilla, I'm with Rio Grande Council of Governments Regional Services Director. We've had the pleasure to manage and administer the El Paso Dispute Resolution Center since 1988. Along with that, we are part of the Texas Association of Mediators, and our board president is here with us, Ms. Frant. She'll talk a little bit about the organization and our upcoming Texas Association of Professional Development Conference that will be held here in El Paso, actually, this coming up week on Friday and Saturday. But let me lean on Ms. Fran to give you a little bit more information about the association. Fran?
Welcome.
Judge and commissioners, thank you so much for this honor and for recognizing that it's going to be our 40th year. I just can't believe it. And I so appreciate the welcome that we've had from El Paso. In particular, the El Paso County Dispute Resolution Center and Hotel Paso del Norte, and everyone that has made us feel so welcome. This is going to be the first time we've come to El Paso, but there are many mediators in the El Paso area, so we wanted to make our annual conference easy for them to attend. I think we can all agree we need a lot more peacekeepers in the world, and we need a lot more trained professionals that can facilitate communication between parties when there's difficulties, and that can offer sometimes a creative solution to conflict. Again, thank you so much.
Thank you. And we're so happy that you're coming here, and we're going to do everything possible that you'd want to come back next year, okay? Let us know what it'll take for you to come back, and we'll be very open to you. So thank you very much. And you're absolutely right about the mediation and the peace that we need in our world, in our community right now. The Bible says, make peace before you get to the courtroom. So you're following that motto. So thank you very much, Commissioner.
Yes, no, thank you both for the work that you do, and we will see you bright and early on Friday morning where I'll present the resolution to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Item number 5E, approve and adopt a resolution declaring Monday, March 31st, 2025 as International Transgender Day of Visibility in El Paso County, Texas.
Commissioner Holguin.
Thank you, Judge. One more incredibly important resolution, especially again, as so many members of our community are suffering through very difficult times right now. So it's my privilege to be able to read this resolution into the record and then to hear from Amber and Michael, and is that Julia? Julia. So I'll read the resolution now. Whereas on March 31st, we observe International Transgender Day of Visibility, a day dedicated to celebrating the lives, identities, and accomplishments of transgender, two-spirit, non-binary, and intersex individuals, and raising awareness about the challenges they face in society. And whereas transgender, two-spirit, non-binary, and intersex people, especially women of color, continue to experience discrimination, violence, and marginalization in many aspects of life, including in healthcare, education, employment, and legal protections. And whereas the transgender community has faced a particularly alarming rise in attacks on their rights and safety, including efforts to restrict access to healthcare, erase their identities in public policy, and harm their visibility in social and political spaces. And whereas, despite these attacks, the transgender community in El Paso, the nation, and the world continues to embody the powerful spirit of resistance and transformation, continuously showing us what it means to live authentically, stand proudly in one's truth, and embrace love and solidarity with each other. And whereas the County of El Paso recognizes the profound power of community support and the importance of standing in solidarity with transgender, two-spirit, non-binary, and intersex individuals in their efforts to affirm their identities and create a more inclusive and equitable community. And whereas the County of El Paso recognizes the importance of community in creating spaces of love, safety, and support for transgender, two-spirit, non-binary, and intersex individuals, and remains committed to dismantling all forms of oppression, embracing diversity, and advancing equality for all. Now therefore be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court declares Monday, March 31st, 2025 in El Paso, Texas as International Transgender Day of Visibility. In official recognition thereof, the Commissioners of this court hereby affix their signatures this 24th day of March, 2025 in El Paso County, Texas.
We have a motion from Commissioner Holguin, a second from Commissioner Stout. Voting is open.
Welcome.
Motion carries.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners.
Good morning.
My name is Amber Bettis. I am the Executive Director of Borderland Rainbow Center. And I say this because there's a placard in front of me. I think I've said hello often to you all, as have my colleagues. First and foremost, I would like to thank you for this resolution, and not only our proclamation resolution, but not only that, what I really want to talk about today is the fact that the county continues to be a beacon for the community as a whole and for the queer community. And I cannot thank you enough for what it is that you do and what you do, knowing that what we are up against, knowing that there are those who look at these moments and think, oh, you know, these things aren't important, or this is not a battle worth fighting. And I appreciate you because throughout these last few weeks have been incredibly difficult on our community, as we have seen different institutions, different organizations, different entities say, this is just not a battle we want to fight. And the message that sends to our community and to those who are most marginalized. So thank you so much for seeing this and saying, no, this is a part of our community. We will fight. We will continue to be that beacon, to be the progressive county that we are, and to lead by example. Judge, you were talking about role models earlier, and let me tell you that this county is a role model for all others. Anybody in the state of Texas or in red states should look to the county of El Paso to see what happens if you want to do things right. If you want to actually sit there and say, every member of my community is my community and I will defend them, because you are nothing but an amazing light for us all. I was telling my colleagues earlier that what a joy it is to come to Commissioners Court, that it is just so friendly and welcoming. And the second thing that I kind of wanted to talk about today was the fact that what you do resonates, right? And the importance of being an ally in these moments is more important than you can imagine. As you go about your daily lives, I'm sure that you're still allies with us, and to please keep your voices held high, because it is your voices that reach places that we cannot at times. And I would also like to invite you all to our resolution, or proclamation on April 1st at the City Council. If you're able to make it, please come out. We need all the voices possible. We really need people to know that we are not alone, because if they think that we are, they will think that we are a battle worth losing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you. I want to first start off today by thanking you constantly being attacked, not only by state officials, but federal now as well. So this resolution really shows them that there is a light and that the community that they're a part of does love them. And more than that, trans people will continue to exist. We have existed. We will continue to be persistent in fighting because we do care about having equality and being able to just live our life the way that we choose to. Not because it is a choice or a lifestyle, but it's because it's who we are as people. And I think that's the very big, most important point for this resolution, because too often I hear that there isn't enough trans joy in the community, but today shows that trans joy does exist and that they will be uplifted and they will be honored and they will be, role models in the community that years down the line when new trans youth comes to and they find their truth, that they are welcomed in a community that loves them, respects them, and sees them. So thank you so much for today.
Thank you.
I'll just quickly introduce myself. My name is Julia Shankman. I'm the co-director for community outreach at El Paso Sun City Pride. But thank you all so much for approving this resolution and recognizing our trans and gender diverse community here in El Paso. Recognition matters and visibility is so important as we're advocating for our trans and gender diverse siblings' rights. So thank you all.
Thank you. And Commissioner Holguin, we thank you. We had advanced so much. I felt it was now something we accepted, that we felt good about, and now it's being questioned. And I think you're right that this is a community that we're going to hold the line, that will. I've always said, whether it's immigration or anything that we're defending, if we drop our guard, the rest of the counties feel that it's easy for them to do as well. So I think by us maintaining what we believe in and being that community that everybody loves and that we're different from most communities, we have to hold on to that because I think we do become, and thank you for saying that, because it's something I know that the commissioners have strived for, is for us to be the role model for the rest of the country. And I don't know why that is, but that we always feel that things that are natural to us are difficult for other communities, but then they learn from us and they'll understand that you have to incorporate everybody, and everybody's got to be the same equity in our community. And I'm hoping that we continue to be that beacon, as you've said. So, and thank you all for continuing to fight the good fight. So thank you.
You all are here thanking us for this resolution, but really we are the ones that need to thank you all for all of the incredible work that you and your organizations do. You all are the epitome of courage, compassion, and a commitment to justice for all and equality for all that we all need to be fighting for right now. So thank you for your work.
Item number 5F approve and adopt a resolution recognizing April 9th, 2025 as Education and Sharing Day in El Paso County, Texas.
Thank you. My two very, very good friends, Rabbi, come on up. Well, this is always, I think from the beginning of being a county judge, we got to meet each other. And so we've just, I don't know, just feel very good about what the Jewish community does for us and our community. And I got to learn a lot from the discussions that we've had. And so very appreciative of our friendship. Whereas education is a foundation for the continued success of our state, our country, and society at large. And in El Paso County, we strive for the betterment of all through an increased focus on education and sharing. Whereas to achieve its highest goals, education must not only impart knowledge, but also teach the students how to live, forming and strengthening their moral character to make a better life for themselves as individuals, for society as a whole. And whereas a global spiritual leader, Rabbi Manchon M. Schmearson, I'm hoping I can say that right, of righteous memory, stress that a moral and ethical education empowers every individual to develop their full potential in making the world a better place. Whereas such an education can nurture the unity of diverse peoples through encouraging increased acts of goodness and kindness, embedded with the awareness that even a single positive act of an individual can change the world and usher in an era of global peace. Whereas April 9th, 2025 will mark 123 years since the Rabbi's birth, and this year begins the celebration of the 75th anniversary of his leadership of the Shabbat Lubavitch movement. Shabbat is an acronym of three Hebrew words for wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. The name Lubavitch comes from the city which served as the movement's headquarters for over a century and means city of love. Of all the ethical values which inform our civilization, none is more important than love. Love of wisdom, love of fellowship, and love of our Creator. These values, with their roots in the 7 Noahide laws, have guided the Shabbat Lubavitch movement throughout its history. They are the essence of education at its best, and we should be certain to pass on this precious heritage to our young Americans. Whereas Education and Sharing Day is observed each year at the Rep's birthday in recognition of his outstanding and lasting contributions to education, morality, and acts of charity around the world. A day to pause and reflect on our responsibility to ensure our youth have the foundation necessary to lead lives rich in purpose and fulfillment through service and good works. Whereas now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court call upon government officials, educators, volunteers, and citizens to reach out to those within your communities and work to create a better, brighter, and more hopeful future for all. We also declare Wednesday, April 9th, 2025 as Education and Sharing Day. Signed this 24th day of March, 2025.
We have a motion from Judge Samaniego and a second from Commissioner Coronado. The voting is open. Motion carries.
Welcome.
Good morning, Judge, County Commissioners. I appreciate very much that you honor every year the Rebbe's birthday, but it's not just as the Rebbe's birthday, as the Rebbe, the legacy that the Rebbe left us about education and taking care of the rest of the world. A person has to know on his birthday is a time that God gave him the mission to the world. A baby is born, the baby makes a noise. The baby makes a statement. I am here to carry out a mission. A birthday of a great righteous man is a time, it's a moment to reflect upon it, to remember the mission that each one of us has on our own birthdays, that we have to make sure that we deliver our entrusted mission by God to us and share everything we can with others. I would like to just give you the priestly blessing for everything you do for the county, that you should be successful and we should have a successful county. May God Almighty bless you and guard you. May God shine his countenance upon you and be gracious to you. May God turn his countenance towards you and grant you peace. Amen.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good morning, Judge
morning.
and County Commissioners. I'm Rabbi Levi Greenberg, the rabbi's son. My parents had the great merit to come here to El Paso on the direction of the Rebbe to establish a permanent Chabad presence. And 40 years later, we are here and continuing that work together. Talking about Education and Sharing Day, the idea of sharing is that every time that we share, that action breeds more action. In fact, the Rebbe explained that a child is like a seed. And when you place a seed in soil and you water it and you provide it with sunlight and everything that it needs, it grows and it produces fruits that have more seeds, that produce more seeds. And the truth is that every positive action is like a seed. You might think that it's just a momentary thing, but that action makes waves and it breeds more actions. And therefore, as I'm sure you all recall in 2022, when you made this resolution, you also connected it with action and gifted everyone in the county, all of the employees, with an ARC charity box, acts of random kindness becoming acts of routine kindness. And I've heard from people that have received it and have continued to give charity. And it's, like the famous adage, you could either give someone fish and feed them for a day or teach them how to fish. And the idea of true education is not just training children how to do things, but also how to make good choices and to breed more positive action. So in connection with the resolution, I'd like to do the mitzvah, the good deed of putting charity in the charity box. And I encourage everyone, if they still have this one, to use it, and if not, to set aside another charity box and to give charity in order to cause more good deeds and more good actions throughout the world. I just want to end off that in the book of Psalms that was written by King David, there are 150 Psalms, 150 chapters. And there's a tradition that every person, based on their age, should recite a chapter in Psalms. So if you're 20 years old, you recite chapter 21 because you're in your 21st year. So this resolution is in connection with 120 years since the Rebbe's birth. So it turns out that chapter 124 is the new chapter connected with the Rebbe and the Rebbe's life. The final verse in that chapter reads, "Our help is from God, the creator of heaven and earth." When you put a seed in the soil and you water it and you provide sunlight and all of that, it's possible it will grow, it's possible it won't. Everything depends on the help of God. So we should engage in good education, we should engage in sharing, and always hope and pray that God grace all of our actions with success, and may God grace all of you with tremendous success in everything that you do in making our county secure and prosperous and a beacon of light for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One of the things that I've learned is we have so many challenges, and a lot of individuals sort of stand back and wanting to do something, and they keep telling me, what can I do? What can I do? But after having the discussions with both of you, I learned to say even the small thing is going to mean a lot, because people wait for that, that home run, that grand slam, and but yet opening the door for someone that didn't expect for that door to be opened, that person tells somebody else and says, "Oh, this young man opened the door for me." Or, what you said, we talk about the good things that happen to us, and this is a community that I think that we can put, sort of the seed, and we've been hearing today that this community really stands out very different. People might not realize it, but I get to see it. I get to see people that come from outside of El Paso that have more of an appreciation for who we are sometimes than we do. So I go back to this idea of that small, whatever you could do is a beginning. I also loved when we talked about the fact that when you get up in the morning, you've been given another opportunity to make a difference in the world. And I think some of us get up thinking that it's something, one more day to do something for ourselves, but it's really an opportunity to do something for others. every morning, that you're given that opportunity. So I've always thanked you a lot. I've always appreciated your friendship and will continue to do so. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 5H, approve and adopt a resolution opposing any effort by the Texas Legislature to eliminate the countywide polling place program and electronic poll books. We do have a speaker to in public comment for this item. Would you like to take the comment before or after the vote, Judge? Judge?
Yes.
For this item, we have a speaker to comment on this. Would you like to take the comment before or after the vote?
Yes, please.
Read the resolution and then here.
Do that?
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, okay.
Okay, great. Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. I'm not sure that I'm happy to have to be reading something like this into the record, but it's definitely necessary. The resolution speaks for itself. When we make voting easier, more people participate. And, you know, you have these so-called voter security bills that are coming through our state legislature, as they have been for many sessions. And they're really voter suppression laws. They're really meant to keep people from voting instead of making it easier. And, you know, people have the right to raise questions about voter security. I don't think anybody here in El Paso County or anywhere else across the state wants fraud, and we do as much as we can to keep fraud from happening. But to substitute questions for evidence, to smear professional elections officials, and then pass laws that are based on these questions and smears, really ignoring the answers that, yes, our elections are fair and secure, on its face is just really terrible, terrible public policy. And that's why we call these voter suppression laws. And you know, that's why we're reading this resolution today. I actually was in Austin last week for a Conference of Urban Counties meeting and ended up being able to testify against SB 76, which is the Senate companion for this bill that's going through. And you know, I was happy to be able to testify against that bill, and it was just crazy to me to hear, you know, the reasoning as to why these folks think that we need to get rid of countywide polling places. I mean, things that are just based on ridiculousness, you know. And you know, I was very proud to have seen El Paso County for the first time have countywide polling places back in the 2020 presidential election, and I want to thank Ms. Wise for working on that, to institute that. It was something that was long overdue, and that, together with a number of other policies that we implemented that were also taken away, many of them in past legislative sessions, were the reason why 2020 was the highest turnout that El Paso County had for voting. I think it was close to 55 or 57%. It had never been that high before, and it's because of these types of policies and these types of actions that we take. So I'll go ahead and read the resolution, and then we can hear from our guest as well as from that's online, as well as from Ms. Wise and her team. The resolution states, whereas El Paso County has successfully participated in the countywide polling place program, which allows voters to cast a ballot at any polling location within the county rather than being restricted to a single precinct. And whereas the countywide polling place program has provided increased convenience and accessibility for voters, particularly those with demanding work schedules, students, seniors, and individuals with disabilities. And whereas many El Paso County residents commute long distances for work, making the flexibility of countywide polling places essential for ensuring they can exercise their right to vote. And whereas the implementation of countywide polling places has contributed to increased voter participation and reduced the number of provisional ballots, improving election efficiency and voter confidence in the process. And whereas eliminating the countywide polling place program would place a significant burden on voters, election administrators, and poll workers by requiring a return to precinct-based voting, which presents logistical challenges such as securing an adequate number of accessible polling locations and staffing them appropriately. And whereas natural disasters, emergencies, and unforeseen circumstances have demonstrated the importance of a flexible voting system, as precinct-based voting can be easily disrupted by polling location closures or displacements. And whereas the El Paso County Commissioners Court supports the continued use of countywide polling places and electronic poll books, recognizing their importance in making voting more accessible, secure, and efficient for all residents. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the undersigned elected officials strongly oppose any effort by the Texas Legislature to eliminate countywide polling place programs and electronic poll books. Signed this 24th day of March 2025, the Honorable County Commissioners Court.
Would you like to take public comment first,
Yes.
Judge? Okay. We have Ms. Claudia Yoli Ferla. Just for participants speaking in public comment, just want to remind you that public comment is limited to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Welcome.
Good morning, buenos dias, members of the El Paso County Commissioners Court, and thank you, Commissioner Stout, for your leadership and commitment to our democracy. My name is Claudia Yoliferla, and I am a proud El Pasoan and the Executive Director of Move Texas, a nonprofit organization dedicated to building the political power of young people across our state, the largest and most diverse electorate in Texas. I am here today to express our gratitude for this resolution, affirming the importance of countywide voting, especially now as this critical program faces a threat from the Texas Legislature. Through our Democracy from the Ground Up program, which is a program that we run in partnership with the Texas Freedom Network and the Texas Civil Rights Project, we have helped secure over 100 pro-voter reforms in 12 of Texas' most populous counties, including expanding the number of counties that are participating in the countywide place program. You know, our work at Move Texas is rooted in the belief that democracy should be accessible to all, especially young people, communities of color, and working class Texans whose voices have been systematically undermined and intentionally silenced for too long. The choices we make here in Texas ripple and echo across the nation. Your leadership and support for countywide voting affirms what we all deserve, a democracy where everyone's voice can be heard. And this is especially true for the young people of El Paso and those who juggle jobs, school, families, responsibilities, and more. They deserve a democracy that works for them, not against them. And the thing is that the heartbeat of our democracy beats strongest when elected leaders like you choose to uplift the voices of your constituents and help build an electoral system that truly serves them. When you empower young people and working class communities to have a say in the decisions that shape their lives, it sends a powerful message that their voices matter, that their dreams matter, and that our democracy is stronger because of them. We all know that Texas is ground zero, not only for the extremist policies we're seeing nationally under this new Trump administration, but also for the resilience and hope of those who continue to fight back. From attacks on immigrants, LGBTQ people, Black and Brown communities, women, and the right to vote, these challenges are relentless. Yet time and time again, Texas and El Paso have proven to be also the blueprint of what is possible when we center our communities, when we build power from the ground up, and when we lead with radical hope and unshakable love. This moment calls upon us to give everything we have, our vision, our voices, our organizing, and yes, even our joy. It calls upon your courage and your dedication as leaders who believe in building a more just and equitable world for everyone. And countywide polling locations are a key part of this vision, a tangible, proven solution to expand access to the ballot box. Your commitment to defending this program is not just an act of resistance. It is an act of building something beautiful and long-lasting, a Texas where every person, regardless of race, immigration status, zip code, or background, has a voice and a future. Yes, the challenges we face are real, but so is the power in this room. Your leadership and courage are essential to protecting our democracy, and for that, we at Move Texas are deeply grateful. Thank you for your service, for your commitment to the people of El Paso, and for your continued support of countywide voting. Together, I believe that we can create a Texas where elections are accessible to all and where the promise of democracy shines brightly for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for your words. We're so aligned. Like Commissioner Stout said, it's almost ridiculous that you're trying to reduce the opportunities and the accessibility to something that is so important to us. So we thank you for that.
We have a motion from Commissioner Stout and a second from Judge Samaniego. The voting is open. Commissioner Stout, thank you. Motion carries.
Ms. Wise.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Lisa Wise, El Paso County Elections Administrator. I first want to thank you for supporting this countywide polling place program, specifically Commissioner Stout for testifying last week in Austin. In 2019, this county informed the Texas Secretary of our state of our intent to participate in the countywide polling place program as required by law. Our department, along with the rest of the world, had no idea what the next months or year would bring us into this pandemic. We established our countywide polling place program committee as required by the program, made up of members of our community from different organizations, and continued on as planned. And as the resolution stated that was just read, the program was introduced here in El Paso County in November of 2020. That election saw the highest record voter turnout that we've had in recorded history. This happened in the middle of a pandemic while El Paso was considered a hot zone. We saw approximately 12,000 voters cast their ballots on Election Day outside of their precinct. This past presidential election, we had 42,000 voters who on Election Day chose to cast their ballot outside of their precinct, closer to their work, their children's school, or another convenient location for them. We've heard nothing but positive feedback on this program, ranging from shorter lines, more parking, and just overall convenience of being able to vote wherever the voter chooses, just as we do during the early voting days. We have also had issues out of our control regarding polling sites. For example, this past December election, there was some vandalism at one of our most popular vote centers, and the police were not allowing us access to the building until they'd finished their preliminary investigation. We were able to post a person on site with information and directions to the 3 nearest vote centers, most within less than a mile, as well as communicate this information via social media. Voters were able to find nearby sites with minimal disruption. Had that been a precinct-based site, voters assigned to that location would have had no other option but to leave and make time to return if and when we were able to access that building. We have had similar situations with water main breaks, traffic accidents, etc., prohibiting us from entering a location for a small amount of time where we were able to direct voters with, again, very little disruption. I can't emphasize the importance enough of this program to our El Paso County voters. And we have, again, all we ever receive is positive feedback about this program. So I thank you for always supporting our department. And I just have some of our members who've made this happen with my department behind me. And again, we always thank you for your support.
Lisa, I hope the public understands how special you and your team are and what you do and the dedication. It's just amazing. We have a sort of front view of that, but I don't think most people understand. Just you trying to accomplish that, it'd be very easy for you to say, well, less work, kind of, if that's what they want to do. But you've always been that fighter for accessibility to make sure. I'll pass it on to Commissioner Holguin, because I know as chair of one of the parties is that her understanding of the importance of accessibility. So Commissioner Holguin.
Thank you, Judge. I remember the election, November of 2020, and just what a difference having the countywide polling places made. And you're right. I mean, it seems that the pandemic was so long ago, but it really wasn't. That was just one presidential election cycle away. But we were so worried that we would see virtually no voter participation during that monumental election. But countywide polling places, not only did that not happen, we saw the highest voter participation we had ever seen. So this is really, really important for our community. And I hope that the legislature listens to counties like El Paso and doesn't move forward with trying to restrict that. But thank you, Lisa, to you and your staff. I know you all never have any downtime. It seems that there's always an election coming up. But thank you for all the work that you all do to make sure that voting is easy and accessible for all of our residents.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anybody else?
Thank you once again, and thanks for your help with my staff and getting information for talking points last week on a very short notice. But I echo the sentiments of the rest of the court when I say I'm very proud of the work that you all do here in El Paso County to keep our elections safe and secure and efficient. And I mean, not only would this reverse that, but it's also would be very costly for the county. It would cost us more to have more polling sites open, because we can do super precincts with the countywide polling, and also just to be able to get information out to people about the fact that, hey, guess what? You can't go stop down at the courthouse or anywhere else on your way home. Now you have to make the trek and do it before 7 p.m.
Correct.
I guarantee there will be so many people that will be confused, even if we spent who knows how many hundreds of thousands of dollars on trying to get information out to them. It would be a huge problem in my opinion. So thanks for what y'all do, and thanks to the court for supporting this. It's some of the ugliness that we continue to have to deal with at the state level. But if we don't lift our voices and talk about these things and make sure people understand what's going on, then we've lost. So thank you.
It's noteworthy, I don't want to cut you off, but it is noteworthy that I did not mention this. I did the raw numbers, but in that initial rollout in 2020, we saw 27% of Election Day voters choose to vote outside their precinct. In this last presidential, we saw 60. So we have more people now choosing to vote outside of their precinct on Election Day than inside. And I just see that continuing to grow as we hopefully continue this program.
Yeah, it's so much more practical. And, I've always felt that when, in our own campaigns, that people either don't vote or vote. And so the ones that haven't voted, you have to facilitate it. And then once they vote, they get excited about voting, right? Because now they become a voter. So I just believe in that, being able to be practical. If you're going from one place to the other, you could stop. And it just, to each and every one of us, it lends so much that. So you mind introducing your team?
Sure.
You
So
would
this is
introduce yourselves?
a bunch of our staff is at the warehouse getting bags ready for the upcoming election. As you know, we always have one. But I was able to bring a couple from my office. This is Melissa Martin. This is Vanessa Cepeda, Erica, and Melissa, and Carla. So these guys are all in our office. And, they're the ones that when I come up with these ideas, they make it happen. They'll work late, they'll work weekends, they don't stop.
And we thank you, each and every one of you. I know you're in the background sometimes, but we're very appreciative of what you do and the support you give Lisa, so thank you.
Can we take a picture of with the resolution with y'all?
Thank you, each and every one of you. I know you're in the background sometimes, but we're very appreciative of what you do.
And I also want to thank Claudia Yoli Ferla for calling in and also for helping us with this resolution and the work that she and her organization Move Texas are doing to keep voting access a thing here in Texas.
Item number 6 is public comment. We do have 2 speakers for public comment this morning. We'll begin with Ms. Elizabeth Crawford. Just as a reminder, once again, public comment is limited to 5 minutes. Everybody's being timed. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you so much. Good morning. We're told in God's holy word in Lamentations, "This I recall to mind, therefore have I hope. It is of the Lord's mercies that we are not consumed, because his compassions fail not. They are new every morning. Great is thy faithfulness." What has happened and is happening in our nation is deception on both sides. We are told in God's word that the enemy of God and the enemy of our souls uses one main tactic, deception. 2 sides raging against each other, and within those 2 groups, comments being made that are full of deception. One side speaking of women's reproductive rights, abortion as freedom, illegal immigration as if it were a good opportunity for people. The other side, some obnoxious, arrogant, and cruel statements being made on the world stage, bringing to mind the phrase, the ugly American. We as a nation are in a mess. Politics aside, I would like to speak briefly about a young lady, Gabriella. March is often called Women's History Month. I would like to speak about this little girl. I met Gabriella's mom, Donna, outside the Englewood, New Jersey Abortion Center. She had come to abort that day. By God's mercy, Donna changed her mind. I had the privilege of being present in the hospital when Gabriella was born. Her mom, Donna, gives me complete permission to share her story. At that time, to the best of my understanding, Donna was undocumented. Her situation was pretty much the worst of the worst financially. Donna is from Guyana, South America. She was working unbelievable hours to support the kids she already had. The Christian community stepped in to help. By God's mercy, Donna chose life. She will be celebrating her birthday next month, 8 years old. Her mom has told me, "I can't believe I was going to abort this kid. She lights up our home." At the end of the day, at the Englewood Abortion Center, Stericycle would show up. Written on the Stericycle truck are these words: "We protect what matters, protecting people, reducing risk, medical waste disposal, biohazardous waste." Gabriella is 8 years old. 8 years ago, she was Black. She was the daughter of an immigrant. She was female. She was precious, and she was voiceless. On that day, 8 years ago, which category on the Stericycle truck did she fit into? Was she medical waste? Was she biohazardous waste? She was a precious little girl in the womb, and she was voiceless. Please understand that the answer to anger against some ugly things being spewed by some people in leadership in our nation is not to raise the fist and demand reproductive rights for women, or to side with groups such as the radical BLM movement. Planned Parenthood, New York City, with the Margaret Sanger Planned Parenthood. They openly endorsed Margaret Sanger for decades. It was a flagship Planned Parenthood in Manhattan. They trained countless abortionists. For decades, they flaunted the name Margaret Sanger. All we need to do is do a little bit of research to find Margaret Sanger's history. She spoke to the Ku Klux Klan in New Jersey. She made horrible statements about Black people and about trying to eliminate the race. We are thrilled. Just last week, we received the stunning news that has left us as pro-lifers overjoyed. Planned Parenthood, the Manhattan Planned Parenthood, is closing. We are so thankful that God, in mercy, is shutting down this place. In New York City, more than half of pregnancies end in abortion. Lamentations chapter 3, verses 21 to 23. This I recall to my mind, therefore have I hope. It is of the Lord's mercies that we are not consumed, because his compassions fail not. They are new every morning. Great is thy faithfulness. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Mr. Jorge Ignacio Pineda Tarín.
Comisionados, mi nombre es Jorge Pineda y a partir del día 8 de febrero empezó en mi vida a decaerse mucho y vengo a pedirles ayuda porque el día 8 yo iba en camino hacia una fiesta de niños familiar. Mi suegra había llevado ya a mis hijos y mi cuñado. Cuando estaban en la fiesta, estaba un señor, después me enteré que era sheriff. Los niños estaban jugando arriba del brinca-brinca. Una de las niñas se baja del brinca-brinca, asiste con una persona por algo que estaba pasando. El señor viene para acá, se acerca hacia el brinca-brinca, la niña se sube, el señor le dice a la niña que le pegue a mi hijo. Yo le pagué a mis hijos clases de defensa personal. Entonces, los instructores les dicen que ellos no tienen que poner el primer golpe, simplemente tienen que empujar. Mi hijo empujó a la niña cuando la niña le pegó. Después de eso, un señor se subió arriba del brinca-brinca, con el puño cerrado le pegó a mi hijo y lo tumbó hacia el piso. Ese señor es sheriff. Él trabaja para el condado del Paso. Cuando yo iba en camino me hablan, llego hacia el lugar y lo primero que recibo de palabras es: yo soy sheriff, nadie me va a hacer nada, el que se va a meter en problemas eres tú. Y desde ahí he tenido muchísimos problemas en mi vida, tanto personales, tanto de familia, tanto de negocio, e incluso he estado queriendo cambiarme de ciudad. Yo vivo aquí desde los 14 años. Mi hijo es ciudadano, mi esposa es ciudadano, tengo otro hijo también con mi esposa. Yo soy residente y en cabe a todo eso, he recibido amenazas de muerte, incluso con videos donde me dicen que así como yo le puse cargos al oficial Holguín, al sheriff Holguín, Daniel, a mí me iban a matar en las calles y se iban a encargar de mí. Aparte de eso, me mandaron videos de pornografía infantil, también extorsionándome y pidiéndome $10,000. Han llegado a mi casa a tomar fotos, videos. He hablado a la policía y me dicen que no pueden hacer nada porque es legal. Han llegado hacia mi negocio también y lo han afectado. Igual han tomado fotos, videos, han hecho perfiles falsos diciendo información falsa mía, tanto de mí como de mi negocio. Así que les quiero pedir ayuda de la manera más atenta porque ya no puedo, no duermo, quiero tratar de llevar una vida normal, quiero tratar de proteger a mi familia. Y siento que cada vez que voy a pedir ayuda hacia un lugar, hacia la policía, hacia el sheriff, hacia el FBI, y no recibo ayuda. La semana pasada yo tenía un appointment el día 14 en el piso 2 para que me dijera la señorita Amy Monsiváis qué estaba pasando con el caso. Yo he estado muy atento y yo he estado viniendo para estar preguntando qué está pasando. El día 14 yo volví a venir y el día 14 me dijeron, no puedes volver a venir si no tienes alguna cita. Yo tengo un papel donde me escribieron que para el día 14 a mí se me iba a informar algo, a mí se me iba a decir algo, y hoy es el día que no he recibido nada de noticias, no me han dicho nada. El día viernes me hablaron para decirme, de parte de la señorita Amy Monsiváis, vamos a hablar con tu abogado. Yo todavía no les había dicho que tenía abogado. Yo tenía abogado únicamente para mi esposa, pero no para el caso de mi hijo. Yo le dije que estaba bien, que hablaran con él. Después de eso hablé con el abogado y le dije, ¿me puede representar en el caso de mi hijo? Si yo no había agarrado abogado, era porque incluso mi abogado de 10 años anteriormente, lo que él me dijo a mí, lo que él me comentó a mí, te van a matar. La policía es una mafia, el gobierno es una mafia. Y yo vengo de frente y se los digo hacia ustedes. Yo no creo eso de esa manera. Simplemente estoy pidiendo justicia para mi familia, para mí. Y la verdad es de que no me gustaría cambiarme de ciudad, porque para mí esta era una ciudad segura, en la cual yo podía estar bien, en la cual yo podía ir al parque, podía ir a comer, podía ir al cine. Y ahora tengo que estar volteando hacia atrás, tengo que estar volteando hacia el lado cada vez que voy manejando, cada vez que llego a un lugar y no estoy a gusto, mi familia no está a gusto. Entonces, les pido ayuda de la manera más atenta. Si lloro es porque tengo mucho coraje, es porque tengo enojo, es porque tengo el sentimiento muy fuerte ahorita. Llegué desde las 9:30 y estaba con nervios de entrar, con nervios de llegar. Le pedí a Dios que me ayudara para no llorar y me puedan escuchar, pero es mucho lo que tengo dentro de mí. Así que les pido ayuda, por favor, de la manera más atenta para que se pueda resolver esto.
Christina or Erica, Jorge has been in my office several times. I did contact Sheriff Ugarte, and I just can't seem to really vet it out in a way that we could help him. Can you recommend or any?
And Judge, I know your office has been in contact. I'd be happy to sit down with the sheriff's office and find out more details about why there's not making that contact. And then we will work with Jorge and circle back to the court.
Okay.
Yeah, Judge, this is Christina Sanchez, El Paso County Attorney. I'll go ahead and offer that with Betsy as well. So have some information as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Christina. Thank you, Betsy. Ellos se van a encargar, Jorge, para darle información o ver qué es lo que podemos hacer. Entendemos su situación, nomás que necesitamos más datos para que ellos puedan ayudarle.
Se los agradezco mucho, la verdad.
No,
Gracias.
Gracias, Jorge.
This completes public comment. Do we have EST? Going on to item number 7A from the regular agenda. Receive a presentation and take appropriate action on the Emergency Services District Number 2's financing plan.
Caesar, I'm sorry to interrupt. We're going to take that item at 1 o'clock right after lunch. Chief Esparza will join us at that time. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. We're going to move along to item number 10A from Auditor. Pursuant to Texas Local Government Code Section 114.023, 114.024, 114.025, and 114.026. Accept the attached presentation and the interim financial report for the month ended February 2025. The interim financial report is located on the intranet at http://www.epcountytx.gov/auditor/monthlyreports.htm.
Good morning, Judge
Barbara.
and Commissioners.
Good morning.
I'm sorry that he has to read all that out every time. So today's report is on the February interim financials.
This executive summary shows information about revenues and expenses of all funds, as well as the general fund for the current year. Please note that throughout the presentation, amounts have been rounded to thousands, so they may not add up and down the columns. It's because of rounding. This is the condensed financial report that was published in the Sunday paper. And these are the revenues that were collected by the county by fund type during the month of February and year to date. The focus on this presentation will emphasize the general fund, which is our main operating fund of the county. And during the current month, the general fund collected approximately $35.5 million. Total year-to-date property taxes collected as of February 2025 increased by $7.8 million compared to FY24. The property taxes in general fund increased by $5 million in total. Year-to-date general fund revenues compared to the same period last fiscal year are shown on this table. Total revenue collections have increased compared to the same period prior year's collections. The top areas increasing are property taxes, increased by $5 million, sales and use tax, $1.3 million, fines and forfeits, $406,000, and vehicle inventory taxes increased by $226,000. Note on the vehicle inventory taxes, this is a one-time increase of $226,000. It's 473%, and this is related to the 2021 COVID vehicle sales. This is when, if you remember, prices increased because there were shortages. I asked staff why it takes so long for us to get this, and they said this particular revenue source runs about 3 to 4 years behind with the state, with the comptroller's office, because they'd have to do a lot of reconciliations. Top areas decreasing are charges for services. There was a decrease of $2.1 million. $1.9 million was due to federal prisoner revenue. Compared to last year, average federal prisoner beds decreased from 242 to 103.
Barbara, I'm sorry, before you move on from that, I thought we had slowly started seeing an uptick in the federal prisoner revenue. Is that not, or was that just very short-lived?
We are seeing more. I looked at it today, and it's at 160. So it's still down, but it's going back up. Because remember, at one time, we went down to about 50.
Yes. Okay. So it is going back up then,
It's coming back
slowly.
up, yes, but slowly.
If I could just add to that, so it was about this time last year. It was actually in March last year where we saw over 400 arrests booked into our jail, and that really reduced our number of beds. And so we had a portion of the year with a larger number, and then a steep decline, which is impacting this year more than it impacted last fiscal year. But we should start climbing out over the next few months.
Thank you.
Other financing sources decreased by $1.7 million, and this was due, as I've mentioned before, the one-time transfer in from the Health and Life Fund to repay the general fund. And then decreased due to lower investable balances and lower rates. This is an overview of actual revenue compared to budget. As of February 2025, 41.7% of the fiscal year has expired. So far this year, general fund has collected 74.9% of the budgeted revenues, and this analysis excludes $83 million that have been designated for fund balance reserves. Year to date, taxes comprise 94.5% of the revenues received. 84.6% of those were property taxes. This is a picture of a 3-year budget and general fund actual revenue comparison. It shows the trends of the two largest revenue sources for the county, property tax and sales tax. The lines on the chart represent total revenues, and you can expect to see those get closer to each other as the year progresses. And the two largest revenue types are the bar groupings. For each year, you can see that the budget to actual for property taxes and sales taxes The current year's general fund revenue total collections increased by 0.2% compared to the percentage of the budget last year and is greater compared to the percentage of the budget for 2023. This slide shows us the four largest parts of the sales and use tax that we collect. The four categories: retail trade increased by 17.4%. Accommodations and food services have increased by 3.8%. Manufacturing increased by 24.5%, and wholesale trade is increased by 14.8%. This slide shows all the expenditures for the county by fund type. For the month of February, general fund recorded total expenditures of $35 million and a year-to-date total of $147.5 million. The total general fund expenditures by function are shown on this slide. The percentage of the year expired, as I mentioned, was 41.7%. The percentage of budget expended is 32.5%. Last year, it was 32.4%. Functions closest to the 41.7% are public safety, health and welfare, and administration of justice. Please note that the revised budget in general government excludes the $20 million that's designated for unforeseen emergencies. General fund expenditures as of February decreased in comparison to prior year, decreasing in capital outlay and transfers out, which netted with increases in personnel and operating for an overall decrease of 0.3%. Personnel increases are primarily due to public safety in the amount of $3.8 million as a result of contracted increases. Administration of justice increased by $657,000, while general government decreased by $1.1 million due to transfers regarding the ARPA. Those were made from ITD, county operations, and county administration salaries. Operating expenses increased primarily due to administration of justice in the amount of $904,000. This was due to indigent defense and capital murder costs. General government increases were $274 million due to elections, which increased by $1.2 million, but they were offset by decreases in information technology, general government, non-departmental. Public safety and other functions showed combined decreases of $475,000. Capital outlay decreases are primarily due to general government, public works, non-departmental, for which no expenses have been submitted yet this year, and the revised budget is $1.4 million less than last year. Transfers out decreased by $633,000, primarily due to a decrease in general government and public works, non-departmental. This was of $2 million, and it was offset by increases in general government transfers out for grant matches of $456,000 and an increase in non-departmental of $1 million for the 1 cent small capital transfer that was done in March of last year. And this year it was done in February. This slide shows us general fund changes by government function in comparison with the same period the previous year. Top areas of change are general government, 10.9%, public safety, 5.9%, administration of justice, 3.4%, and resource development of 94.2%, but it was only $480,000. This chart gives us a good view of the budget as a whole and breaks down expenditures by function of government. Public safety accounted, as I said, 43%. The year-to-date expenditures, general government 26%, administration of justice 24.4%, and all other functions come up to 6.5%. The FY24 projections continue to be updated as we finalize our annual financial report. They currently include general fund revenues of $390.9 million and expenditures of $398.8 million for projected general fund balance of approximately $90.3 million. This leaves an uncommitted fund balance as a percentage of general fund FY25 budget of 9.41%. The change from last month is an increase of approximately $1 million due to additional reductions in encumbrances for FY24, and the numbers may continue to change up or down as we continue to work to close the books for the year. The FY25 projected fund balance is based on the projected revenues and expenditures based on trends with expenditures and adjustments recommended by the Budget and Finance Department. Combined with the updated FY24 balance, this results in a projected FY25 fund balance of $67 million. Projected expenditures for FY25 increased by $3.3 million due to personnel expenses. Last month, our personnel expenses appeared lower due to the portion of salaries that were moved to the ARPA grants. This month, we're seeing the actual personnel expenses coming in. Once again, years after 25 are based on a 2% increase in property values and expense increases of 5%. Have questions? This is the table of contents for the full report that's on the internet. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you. Is there a motion to accept the report?
We have a motion from Judge Samaniego and a second from Commissioner Coronado to accept the report. Voting is open. And motion carries.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Next, we'll take item number 8A from Commissioners Court, postponed March 17th, 2025. Discuss and take appropriate action to direct county administration to create a new policy requiring members of the Commissioners Court to provide a report to the Commissioners Court following any trip for county business within 30 days of return.
I'd like to make a motion to cancel, and then I spoke to Christina. There's some other things that she wants to look at before bringing it back to the court. So.
Okay. Delete, sir? Mm-hmm. To delete?
I don't know. What would you say, delete?
Delete, please,
Yes,
Judge.
okay. Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion from Judge Samaniego and a second from Commissioner Stout to delete. The voting is open. Motion carries. Would you like to go ahead and...
Did you recommend anything, Betsy, that you thought you mentioned?
Judge, we could try to get, I think,
Or we could go on the break now and just...
if we could, and then get back a few minutes before one. So there's several items we could get to before we go into executive. We need to go into executive by around 1:30.
Okay.
Because we have a consultant on one of the items that's available at that time.
Perfect.
That I think the court would want to hear from.
Mm-hmm. Just
recess?
Recess.
Okay. Commissioners Court will recess for 1 hour. It is 11:57 a.m.
Go ahead.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. It is 1:09 p.m. Item number 7A from the regular agenda. Receive a presentation and take appropriate action on the Emergency Services District Number 2's financing plan in the amount of $7,580,000 to fund the construction of a fire station in Socorro, Texas, and purchase 2 fire trucks.
Jessica. Welcome.
Over the past year and a half or so, ESD number 2 has been planning and preparing to build their new fire station in Socorro, needed to serve the developing industrial area and residential communities on Nuevo Waco Tanks Road. Over the past year and a half, they have purchased the land and are getting ready to award an RFP for the design that they've paid for utilizing reserves that they've built up for this particular project. And so with that, I will turn it over to the chief, and he will introduce Mr. Tijarina.
Thank you. Welcome, Chief.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good to see you again. I do have Mr. Tijarina ready on Teams to give the presentation on the loan that we're seeking. If you'd like for him to get started. Mr. Tijarina?
Commissioners, again, for the record, Robert Tijarina with Tijarina Financial Advisors. We are the ESD number 2 financial advisors, and I'm sharing the screen for the Plan of Finance Loan Agreement, Series 2025. On page 2, we have the estimated tax rate impact analysis. From left to right, we have column A, the current property valuation of the ESD taxing footprint, about $6.9 billion. On column C, we have their existing principal and interest debt. And then on column D, Commissioners Court, we have the preliminary loan for Series 2025. And again, we're estimating to borrow about $7,575,000 or $80,000 more or less. Project fund, as the chief stated, for the fire station, the 2 trucks, about $7.5 million. On column E, we have the combined total debt for ESD number 2, which also assumes the new loan we are considering. And then we have the estimated tax rate for next fiscal year under column I, and we're estimating a total INS tax rate of about 3.5 cents. This would be roughly a 1 cent increase, assuming the $7,500,000 loan gets an interest rate of 5.5%. We are hoping that the market favors on the ESD number 2 side. We get a lower interest rate than the 5.5 that we used as a preliminary foothold. Now on page 3, we have the timetable. Last week, the board met to approve the plan of finance that we're presenting this afternoon. And we are here in front of the Commissioners Court to present the same information. On or about April the 15th, the bids will be due. And once we lock in the interest rate and the principal and interest payments from year 1 through year 15, we'll present that to the board on April the 15th. And if that item is approved, the ESD number 2 will receive the funds on or about April the 29th. And on page 4, we have the
Lost him.
Robert,
we can't hear you, even though you're unmuted. Something happened with your audio.
I have it right. Can y'all hear me, sir?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I apologize about that. So on page 5 here, we have on page 4 the cost of issuance, roughly about $75,000. We have bond counsel fee of about $25,000, FA roughly about $37,000, and expenses and the placement agent for a total amount, Commissioners Court, of about $75,000. And the working group for this loan agreement would be the issuer, El Paso ESD number 2, the Hirina Financial Advisors as representative of ESD number 2 Bond Counsel, Jackson Walker, the bidding agent, FHN Financial, and we have to be determined purchaser and purchaser counsel, because on or about April the 15th, we'll have the lowest interest rate. So at that time, when we present it to the board on or about April the 15th, we'll have the purchaser, which will be the lender, and their legal representative, their counsel, and we'll state that on these 2 line items on or about April the 15th for the ESD number 2 board consideration. Judge, Commissioner, any question? Mr. Esparza?
No, sir. Waiting for Commissioner's Court.
Chief, go ahead.
No, it's just if you all have any questions, Judge.
Well, no, you will be talking a little bit about the viability of having one, and just so the community knows what
Right, so
your
right
intent
now
is.
our plan is to build a second Socorro fire station. Of course, Socorro is the second biggest city in El Paso County, and it is only being served by one fire station. Of course, the huge growth that we've seen right now on Nuevo Hueco Tanks North Loop is causing for us to put a second fire station there. And eventually, we will probably look into a third one. We are also looking to expand as the growth is coming to our area now. Just like we saw in ESD 1 up the road from us, we saw huge expansion. We're starting to see it now. So we want to be ahead of the road here to make sure that we get it done ahead of time.
Betsy, do you have any comments, anything on what we've discussed?
So some of the other residual impacts that Chief Esparza is alluding to as well is this does impact homeowners. Obviously, the debt impacts the property owners, approximately a 1 cent tax impact for this project, but it also will impact, I believe, the insurance rating.
Correct. So you all know tomorrow, as a matter of fact, we are going to be graded by the Insurance Service Office, which grades the El Paso County ESD number 2 to ensure that we're providing adequate fire protection. One of those things is we need to continue to add fire stations to the areas that are not being protected. So this is a fiscal impact for everybody.
Right. So insurance companies determine rates based on your ISO rating. That's the insurance services evaluation that Chief Esparza is talking about they'll be getting. And how, like, what's the distance, how many pieces of equipment you have, how many residents, how far do the residents, things of that nature are all part of that scoring. And so it does positively impact, and it even can positively impact other areas, because now one fire station is not having to cover this broad of an area. It's more focused or centralized to the properties closest to it. So even other properties can see a positive impact by every time you add a fire station and in this case, 2 fire trucks with this loan.
Can we calculate the impact? Like,
it's hard to say, Judge, because that insurance rating is done separately, and then that ISO rating, we can't determine exactly what the outcome will be. Sometimes it helps you maintain your current rating and keep your current rating from getting lower. The other thing, you never know then, like I might have Farm Bureau and you might have Allstate, and they may rate us different even though we're neighbors. And so you don't know what all they'll take into account, but that is generally part of the insurance rating process. So it's hard to say what the what
just
the outcome
hoping
will
that
be.
it would offset the tax increase.
It would, Judge.
It would?
It would definitely look at it, offset a little bit as far as your insurance. For those are the people that do have homeowners insurance, one of the things that they look at now is 5 road miles from your home. How is the fire station 5 road miles from your home? And is there fire hydrants near your home? Those are the ones that are going to impact your home's values and your home's insurance cost.
Also, does it increase the possibility of getting more businesses in?
It does, and that's one of the reasons why we plotted that station there, because as you know, in that area, I think we already have like 20 warehouses going up, both in the city and the county area, in the city of Socorro. So as we grow, that's an easy on to the freeway, and everything else is being plotted around the El Paso Community College area.
Okay. Just,
Just wanted to make a comment. Thank you, Chief Esparza. You know, I had the privilege of being on the board of ESD2, so I know that it's been in the long-term plans for building a second station in Socorro for a long time. So I'm glad to see it coming to fruition.
Right.
And it's expensive. Fire trucks, all of the fire equipment is incredibly expensive. And I think from my perspective, just to give some context, the Socorro Fire Station and the volunteer firefighters that run it is one of the busiest fire departments out of the ESD's 6 volunteer fire stations. And it doesn't just respond to incidents in Socorro, it responds to everything in the Lower Valley, especially where we have smaller fire stations in Clint, Fabens, and Sunelli. And so it stretches those resources really thin. The volunteer force is stretched really thin. And the ESD2, they all support each other and all work together. And so having another fire station and a bigger presence in Socorro is going to help the entire area.
thank you. Good insight. Thank you. Anybody else? No?
We have a motion to approve from Commissioner Holguín, a second from Commissioner Coronado. Voting is open. Motion carries.
Thank you, Robert, for joining us.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioner, Mr. Esparza. I appreciate the opportunity to present this afternoon. I hope you all have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you have a question?
No,
Commissioner?
Judge, I know Chief Esparza is here, and I had an item on the agenda regarding the fire in Anthony, and I was wondering to see if we could take up his item, that item since he's here.
We can do that. There's no time
We've
sensitive.
already met the timeline, so item 14A is the item that we would be reading in.
Perfect.
right.
Go ahead.
Just a moment, sir. Item number 14A, the addendum to the agenda. Discuss and take appropriate action concerning the fire that occurred on March 21st, 2025 in Anthony, Texas, and the challenges.
And Judge, and I was going to ask Erica, because some of this might deal with issues that I think need to be in closed session.
Judge, Commissioners, Eric Rosales Negaglione, Assistant County Attorney. If there are legal questions that the Commissioner or the court has, I can make.
There are legal questions
Yes, sir.
regarding not just the legality, but some of the, I guess, liability issues.
Okay, so.
May present themselves, not just for this issue, but that are related to similar circumstances throughout the county that we've experienced with the fires both in the Lower Valley and in the Upper Valley in Canutillo.
The court has the ability with the Texas Open Meetings Act to make a motion to move this item into executive session pursuant to section 551.071. That's to get legal advice. So that's what I'm hearing. Commissioner of the court can make that motion if it wishes. If you wanted to hear something in open first, you can. And then we can move into executive, whatever you prefer.
Yeah, we can have a little summary from the chief if all we like, and then some of the issues that I'd like to discuss do deal with legal
I agree.
questions.
So what we would ask is we'd ask for a motion to take it into executive session, have the discussion, the portion, the overview in open, and then the court could either go into executive session and complete this item and the other items, because we're almost at 1:30. And then we would come back for all the other items in open session.
Okay.
We have a motion to move the item into executive session from Judge Samaniego. Is there a second?
I'll second. Not coming up.
Okay. Voting is open. Commissioner Stout? Thank you. Motion carries.
Before we go into executive session, Judge, I know we were going to get a brief overview of what the incident was concerning Anthony, but I also think you have several people here waiting on item 11A and possibly one other item. I don't know if you all want to try to hear those before we go in.
And I think those are probably going to be pretty quick, Judge.
I do too. Yes, ma'am.
Item 11A, Public Works. Approve and authorize the acceptance of the fiscal year 2025 Neighborhood Improvement Program Project Award for a proposed Veterans Memorial in Tornillo, Texas.
Okay.
Good afternoon,
Hello,
Judge
welcome.
and Commissioners. Shawnee Enriquez with Planning and Development. I'm here today to present the Tornillo Veterans Memorial Neighborhood Improvement Project proposal. Okay. If we go back to the background. So the Neighborhood Association order was adopted back in 2020, and the Neighborhood Improvement Program was adopted last year in 2024. Okay. So a little overview regarding the Neighborhood Improvement Program. This policy is meant to fund small-scale neighborhood projects countywide. This is all dependent on inclusion in the budget. It provides equitable distribution across precincts. Projects are screened for cost and constructability by county staff. It's a highly developed scoring matrix to select projects, so making sure that these projects are impactful, desirable, and achievable. So the funding provided for fiscal year 2025 was in the amount of $125,000. So in order to be eligible, all applicants have to be registered with the neighborhood association with the county, okay? The association applicants that are in process must be registered by the time the project start date. There are a couple of prerequisites regarding a project selection. So they have to be outside jurisdictional boundary of a municipality. If within a municipality, upon county-owned property right-of-way. These are small-scale permanent projects, physical improvements with a 10-year expected lifespan. So they must be located no further than a quarter mile outside the association boundary. And traffic calming requests must have a warranted study conducted if need be. What we have here is the exhibit regarding the proposed Tornillo Veterans Memorial. I'd like to read what the association submitted in regards to their proposed memorial. Gone but never forgotten. This Veterans Memorial embodies the 6 U.S. military branches in the form of 6 sharp and clean cubes, all tilted and angled differently to represent a veteran's continuous and everlasting legacy in our nation and community. In efforts to enhance the Tornillo community, this memorial creates a significant node between a popular walk path and Coyote Park, making this a seamless experience for all to see and remember the great sacrifice our veterans made and continue to make for our country. Now, the Tornillo Neighborhood Association were the only group or applicants that submitted their submission by the deadline, which was March 1st. This is a cross-functional review from Parks, Planning, and Public Works departments that was administered. We reviewed all components and criteria to ensure a comprehensive and fair evaluation. We ensured a thorough evaluation of both the strategic importance and practical execution of the project application. We evaluated the feasibility of the project by examining the proposed budget and allocation of resources. So overall, out of 100 points, the association scored 81.50 points. Okay. So this project can't be completed with the $125,000. We do present 4 options that you see here. from providing the project as envisioned, rendered to a minimal amenity project. So the lowest cost option exceeds the existing budget. Therefore, we do recommend option 4.
And Shawnee, if I understand correctly, with option 4, which my understanding is that it is acceptable to the Tornillo Veterans Association, but we can potentially reduce maybe the amount of the contingency that we've set aside to try to get it to fit within the available funding. Is that correct?
That's correct. So overall, the Neighborhood Association submitted their vision, right? And I think it's our job to make it come to fruition for them. So I'm available for any questions, comments.
And we do have members of the
Yes, we do.
association. If any of the members of the Commissioners Court have any questions.
Can I sort of, Tony, do you mind, sort of to put it in perspective, do you mind coming up and? Yeah, you know, we've worked really hard to sort of make sure that one side's not moving and the other's not, and, you know, we work really hard with the VAP, trying to understand, you know, what we're trying to accomplish. We're very excited about the enthusiasm that the VAP has, and so can you tell me a little bit about your understanding of the program?
Of this program?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I just went through it briefly before we started this, but my understanding is that we're trying to fit this within the $125,000 that we have. We were looking at the contingencies, but again, this is probably something that I think that would be a good thing for the VAB to chime in on before it comes to court. I know we've had groups before. I think it was like a month ago that Gold Star Families came with a similar project. And these are just things to consider when we're talking about funding issues, so.
Yeah, and that was my point, that we already have something on the table. How do we address that?
Well, this is a very
Judge-
specific project, though. This is the Neighborhood
Right.
Improvement Program, which is very different than the other requests that we've heard. So this is an application process, and there was a deadline for applications to be submitted, and this was the only application that was submitted for this very specific program.
Right. And it falls within the grant usage, so.
So
And
this
the
is the
other-
second,
Yes.
I'm sorry, Judge, this is the second year we've had this program. Neighborhood associations, it does a couple things. One, it gives us a way to address a specific request from a neighborhood or an area. And it also gives us a carrot, or if you will, to encourage neighborhoods to form associations and work together to collectively bring the county what they'd like to see in their area. And so last year, you may recall, we awarded a basketball court was a request. And so we added a basketball court to one of our parks that had existed but had been removed. And so that was the winning applicant last year. This year, when the neighborhood associations submitted, which they're not working with us, because when I say they're not working with us, they independently are saying, this is what we'd like to see in our neighborhood. And so this is the program that they brought forward as a proposal.
Okay, no, just, I understand it better because, you know, a lot of the things that we're trying to accomplish is within, you know, how does it support the Veterans Capital? We've gotten a tremendous amount of traction. We now have a trademark for it. Is there any connection that we could make with the Veterans Capital?
I think if you've been out to Tornillo and you've been out to the Lower Valley, there's absolutely a great sense of community and the
Yes.
Veterans Capital out there. We were able to do their Veterans Parade or event last year, and I can tell you it's a real hometown feel. So I think, yes, it absolutely supports the Veterans Capital, and this grant fund would just be something to assist them in getting that done.
Well, I would like to, that it not indirectly supports it, but is there anything within the program?
Yeah,
that we can
and judges, you know, we have very active veterans groups throughout the county, but particularly in some of our rural communities. And the Tornillo veterans, when they learned of the opportunity to form a neighborhood association, to be able to bring these types of improvements to Tornillo, they jumped on the chance immediately, and they went through all of the tremendous work. And I want to thank Shawnee and Michael for helping them. They developed their bylaws. They went through the entire process, specifically because they felt that this was something important to have in their community. They were the only applicants this year, and I certainly believe that it's a worthwhile project that should be funded. I think definitely it has a huge connection to our Veterans Capital of the U.S., and I know that the veterans in Tornillo are always supportive of our efforts. And I think certainly the rendering that we saw is just the initial rendering, but certainly we want to make sure that we recognize that it also reflects that El Paso County is the Veterans Capital of the USA. So those are things that we're going to continue to work on.
Judge?
And, I mean, I would just appreciate if we get the VAB involved from the beginning, because like I said, they're so excited to move on certain things, but we haven't given them
They're
the task.
incredibly motivated, Judge. They're looking for ways to help the community and bring their voices to the court. So absolutely.
Yes. We have our Veteran of the Year, Debo.
Judge,
Welcome.
Commissioners, again, DeBoe Wakefield, El Paso Veteran of the Year. As a Veteran of the Year, I would like to say that I condone and support this bill or the project, because veterans are everywhere. And if we're going to be the Veterans Capital of the USA, then our extended cities around us that support El Paso, we have to be inclusive. And veterans being everywhere, they need to be recognized in their communities. And I think the community support honors veterans that have sacrificed, given their lives, and now they still have family members, and it would be a great honor to be able to go and respect them in a place of worship and honor.
As a matter of fact, the rural is what really inspired me, because of all the, they were probably more active in supporting veterans. And I always say that if you go to Sanelli, Fabens, anywhere, and you look at the number of individuals that died in different wars, it's disproportionate. And so I think that they do deserve that. I was just trying to get a little bit of
They
order
have
into
huge turnouts for the veteran events that they put in their communities, and they invite all the people out of El Paso to please come and support that. And then they come to the city events that we provide here in support of El Paso. So yes, again, I would thoroughly support this.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Judge, would you like to take the other folks signed up for public comment on this item?
Please.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners.
Next, we have Mr. Carlos Miguel Rivera.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Mario Aguirre. I am
Mario.
from Tornillo, and basically I can say I was basically born and raised in Tornillo.
Wow.
Graduated from Tornillo in 1977. I am a veteran myself back then, and I'm still basically considered like a public servant, because I've been a public servant since I joined the military. But one thing is referencing like some folks here came up and indicated, the importance of this memorial. And those folks have actually visited our Tornillo during our meetings. And I've been I am actually the president of the Tornillo Association, Neighborhood Association. And when we learned of this association, like Commissioner Gaines stated, we jumped into it quick, got into action. So we learned about these funds, and we took action and jump in there and apply for it. And that's what we're trying to get. This memorial here in Tornillo will be a great monument.
I agree.
The location of it, as you can see where it's at, the location of it is perfect. As you go into Tornillo, coming in from I-10, it's going to be very visible. And when you're leaving Tornillo, going up I-10, it's going to be there very visible the same way. And I do appreciate everything that the county has done as far as veterans. As for veterans, we all have to support our veterans, think about our folks that actually paid the ultimate price. So we have to continue, keep them in our minds, keep that message alive. We need to constantly educate our young folks, keep the story together, keep it in place, and continue with it. It's a monument. It would actually serve as an education tool, because it will always be there. History will be there. The names will be there. And to me, as a veteran, I take a lot of pride. sure like to see this happen. Thanks, Ms. Olguin, for our great support. Mr. Pais, thank you for his assistance. He's a great person in helping out. Commissioners, County Judge, I ask for your support. This is a very important project. Let's kind of remember Tornillo. Let's don't let it fall behind. We're a small community, and we're trying to make it stand out, trying to make the best of it. That's really all I have to say. Thank you. And as elected officials and public servants, I think we owe it to our veterans to make that possible. Keep the message going. Keep it alive. Thank you very much.
No, and Mario, thank you, because sometimes, we need people to know, how important our veterans are. There's no one better to advocate for that than our veterans. And these projects really is the reason that it was easy, for us to say we're the veterans capital of the USA. It's hard to challenge the things that gentlemen like Carlos Rivera, what they've done. Saturday, I was at the Vietnam 50th anniversary. They honored my brother and another Jefferson, Ricardo Ibarra. But it's always ongoing, and I don't see that in any community. So I thank you for, being here, taking time out to help us make these decisions. So thank you, Mario. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'd also like to add, as far as the veterans community, the group that we have, it's amazing how much support we get from the other communities, from Fayetteville,
Absolutely.
Clayton, Sanelli, Horizon, Montana Vista, Canutillo. It's amazing of the support that we get from them. We have meetings and they're there. If we need help, just take a phone call and they're right there.
We appreciate that. Thank you, Mario.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mario.
Mr. Rivera?
Yep. Was that Carlos Miguel? Because I had not heard your middle name.
Carlos Miguel Rivera.
Okay, thank you. A great friend and mi padrino. I say he's my padrino. He kicked me into understanding the veterans a little bit more. So, Carlos, thank you for everything that you do.
I thank all of you. And first of all, I'm here as president of the Vietnam Veterans of America, Chapter 574. But I'm also past national commander for the American GI Forum. I'm also founder of Legacy of Valor, local veterans organization. But one of the projects that I most really appreciate that you all helped us out with before was the building of our Vietnam Veterans Memorial. In fact, this year is the 10th year since we actually built it. And I'm sure many of you were there because I've seen you in many of our veterans events. So I thank you for all of that. I'd like to say a couple of things about our Tornillo veterans. As I was talking here to the president, one of the things that I mentioned is that we're all cotton pickers. We all grew up picking up cotton in Clint, Socorro, Fabens, Sanelli, Tornillo. I mean, we're all cotton pickers. But in addition to that, we were also onion pickers. We used to spend the summers in Las Cruces picking onions. So we know the county from the one side of the county to the other. And I really appreciate, the work that you guys have done. And one of the things that I mentioned to our team from Tornillo is that he can count on the support of our Vietnam veterans community to make this happen. And I said, you all were supportive of us when we built our Vietnam Veterans Memorial. I said, and we will make that commitment to the team from Tornillo. What I'd like to do is also say that we have a super commissioner that covers that area. I said, it seems like every time that I go to Isleta, to Socorro, to Clint, to Sanelli, to Fabens, to Tornillo, County Commissioner Ileana Olguin is there. And I said, we have never had a county commissioner that covered that district like you did. And I thank you. So one of the things that I just want to say is thank all of you. I thank the Tornillo team because they have put a lot of work into it. And I think you're making a very wise decision in supporting the team. I said we have memorials in El Paso, we have memorials in Canutillo, we have memorials in Isleta, in Socorro. The Socorro one is coming up. You know, we just broke ground earlier this year or last year. And Clint has had their memorial as well. And like I said, every time I go out there, you're there, and I appreciate that. And now, when we go to Fabens, I know Fabens also has their program, and to cover Tornillo, I said we're going to be covered from one side of the county to the other. And I thank all of you. I said I look forward to partnering with Tornillo and bring all our veterans organizations from the city to help us out. So thank you for that, and thank you, Tornillo, for taking the lead and making this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. Appreciate that. If I could convey a statistic that General Taylor says that when we started the Veterans Capital and showing our community how important veterans are, we used to have one of the lowest rates of recruits from El Paso. We are now the #1 recruiter into the military of throughout the nation. And the reason for that is that because we're now showing our young people how important it is, and if they come back, they're going to feel good about being a veteran. And I never saw that he took it to another level, said when we had low recruitment, we actually had national security risks. You know, so if you don't have enough people to join the military, you put the nation in a risk. And so he was very proud to say that by showing when we started how much the recruitment went up and that other communities are taking notice. So, I mean, I think it's a very special thing to know that El Paso actually contributes to the security of our country. So he was very proud. Of course, General Eisenhower says he promotes us everywhere he goes. He says, I don't care where I go, I've never seen, he said, and it's hard because I have to say El Paso is one of the best communities for veterans that I have ever been in. So we've gained a lot from that, and I think it's helped other communities go up to the next level. So just wanted to share that information because I was very excited when he shared it with me.
Yes, sir. Next we have Elizabeth Betty Flores.
I think that's on a different item. It's on item 11B.
Oh, she's 11B?
Sir.
Okay. Then the last comment that we have for this item is from Mr. Ray Borrego, co-chair, San Elizario Veterans Committee, and member of the Lower Valley Veterans Alliance. His message reads, Commissioners Court, first, we regret not being able to attend Commissioners Court today, but hope this letter will attest to the fact that the San Elizario Veterans Committee are recommending and are in full support of the proposed grant for a Veterans Monument in Tornillo, Texas. Our fellow Tornillo veteran brothers deserve having a monument to remember and honor their community veterans who have proudly and courageously served our country. We thank you for your anticipated support and vote. Sincerely, Ray Borrego.
That's a highly recommendation. Ray is so active and, you know, what he does in San Elizario, so it's a very great recommendation coming from him.
Is there anybody else that would like to speak in public comment for this item?
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Judge. On behalf of the, so I'm the commander of the Military Order of the Purple Heart, Lone Star Chapter 393 here in El Paso, Texas. I'm also the president of the United American Veterans Organization here in El Paso, Texas. And I'd like to express both support for Tornillo veterans to have this monument because I'm telling you, these guys are working hard. They're great veterans, and I think they deserve that monument as well. So both those organizations will also support that recommendation.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time.
That completes public comment for item 11A.
Judge? Yes, Commissioner Coronado.
I think this is a great project. I think because, though, the county is a veterans capital, I think anytime that the county is considering a project like related to veterans, I think it ought to go through our Veterans Advisory Board. So going forward, I'm going to recommend that we do that. They could also get the assistance of the VAB and make the project probably even better and coordinate. And so I'm just saying, yeah, I know this is a neighborhood problem, but it's also a veterans project that I think correctly should go through the VAB first before. Yeah. Yeah, the Veterans Advisory Board I know is going really strong, and I think, they could have been a lot of assistance to projects like these. So I'm just recommending that.
That's Caesar.
We have a motion from Commissioner Holguín and a second from Commissioner Coronado. The voting is open. Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you.
Item 11B, pursuant to Section 2.1.2 of the El Paso County Property Naming Policy, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the proposed naming of the skate park located within Agua Dulce Park in honor of Mr. Mario Navarro.
Thank
Good
you, Carlos.
I think
Good afternoon.
we'll hear, Ms. Flores, we'll hear really quickly from our Public Works Director.
Oh, sure.
And then if we could hear from you. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Norma Rivera Palacios with the Public Works Department. The item before you is to recognize a community member, Mr. Navarro. He was very involved in the community with our neighborhood kids through skateboarding. And so today we're requesting the court's authorization to name the skateboard park that's within the Agua Dulce community after Mr. Navarro. And I'm not sure if Commissioner Holguín wants to add something to this?
Yes, thank you, Norma. And I want to thank all of our Public Works and our park staff for all of the work that they've done in being able to go forward with this renaming, and Ms. Flores, and of course your family who's here in support of the item today. But just to give the court a little bit of background, Ms. Flores' son, Mario, was very tragically killed in a work-related accident very recently, and he was very, very involved with many youth sports, but particularly, and outdoor sports, but particularly with skateboarding. So when the county received funds to renovate some of our skate parks, Agua Dulce being one of them, it seemed like a wonderful opportunity to name the skate park portion of the Agua Dulce Park after Mr. Navarro because of just his incredible work throughout the years, mentoring young people in the area of skateboarding. And Ms. Flores, I know that you're going to tell us a little bit more about your son and the impact that he had on young people in our area.
Thank
Welcome,
you,
Ms.
Commissioner
Flores.
Holguín.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Judge. Pleasure to see you. And I'll just say, I was ready to jump up, and talk about the veterans too. It's awesome what you all have done. My uncle was one of your Veterans of the Year. But okay, I'm going to get off of that one. But you all have done an outstanding job. Congratulations on helping the Tornillo veterans. Well deserved. Well deserved.
Thank you, baby.
But yes, very sad to say, my son was killed August 29th, 22, in a very tragic, he was a conductor for Union Pacific Railroad, and it was a derailment that was actually a very tragic accident at the hands of some very careless employees. So we, the family, of course, are still devastated over it, but the community has, we have had people stretch out their hands to us all around the city, because it was amazing how Mario knew people. He had one of those personalities. He was 6'4", so he was already walking a room was an impression, but had one of those smiles that you gravitated to. And he loved kids of all ages. He'd see them at the skateboard. They'd go to Carolina. They'd go. Matter of fact, in central El Paso, there is a street called Pollard, and there is a little grass area, and the city named the grass area because it's a park, not a park, after Mario Navarro. And all it has is a cement ditch that actually belongs to the water company. Kids skate that all the time. And Mario would be out there trying to give, I don't know if you call them classes, but safety tips on how to skate a ditch. And he said, Mom, you know, there were some little kids just sitting there watching us. And I'd say, come on, dude, get up here. And I don't have a board. And he'd say, come tomorrow, come tomorrow. And Mario would take out boards. He'd go by, maybe not the most expensive, and he'd show them how to put it together. Don't just go buy a board that's already got the wheels and the rods and everything else. He'd bring the stuff and tell a kid, come, let me show you how you're going to fix it, how you're going to enjoy this from now on. Don't just go to Walmart and buy one. That's not fun. You have to learn, in other words, from the scratch up on how to do it. And that was Mario. He was always with his children, my beautiful grandson, 14-year-old Maddox, and my granddaughter Mia, 13, and was always, Mia, matter of fact, skates. Maddox didn't get into it. He plays golf, which my dad, Mario's grandfather, started him playing golf at 5 years old, and Mario started skating at 5 years old also. So it was a lifelong love. And when he passed, the impact Mario Navarro had was recognized by Congresswoman Escobar. She elected to fly a flag over the United States Capitol in honor of Mario. The significant gesture is underscored by the profound influence Mario had on the community and beyond. It serves as a powerful reminder of the dedication, leadership, and lasting legacy that Mario leaves behind. So I respectfully ask you to please consider naming the skate park of Agua Dulce in honor of Mario Navarro. One day there at Pollard Park, where it is now Mario Navarro Park, I met Brandon, the young man you all hired from out of town, who is a professional that has come in and designed your parks. So we have stayed in touch, and I called him on Saturday to tell him, it's on the agenda. They are considering naming it after Mario. And he said, that's wonderful. So I humbly ask for your vote in recognizing my son, Mario Navarro. And again, thank you so much, Commissioner Holguin.
Thank you.
Questions from the court for us?
We do not.
Thank you.
Just happy that it happened. Thank you.
We're good.
Almost.
We're good.
A few more seconds.
We have a motion from Judge Samaniego, a second from Commissioner Holguin. The voting is open, and the motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Judge, are you ready to go into executive session? We have our consultant on the line.
And I think Mr. Nava is going to read one more.
Yes,
Thank you.
before we go into executive session, I'd like to read in item 9C from County Administration, postponed on March 17, 2025. Discuss and consider adoption of a resolution of the Commissioners Court of El Paso County, Texas, directing publication of notice of intention to issue combination tax and surplus revenue certificates of obligation in an amount not to exceed $54 million to fund street improvements, utility system improvements, flood control improvements, and HVAC improvements at the Family Youth Services Center, and resolving other matters related to the subject. And we'd like to ask for this item to be taken into executive session, and that is pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071 to discuss legal rights and responsibilities. And we have a motion from Commissioner Holguin and a second from Commissioner Butler. The voting is open. Motion carries. Commissioners Court will now recess into executive session to discuss items 12A through 12H. Item 9C and 14A, pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, 551.072, 551.0745, and 551.087. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action. It is 1:58 p.m.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Court has reconvened into regular open session. We are on item 9B, postponed March 17, 2025. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding the allocation, reprogramming, and structuring of existing county debt proceeds and potential future debt issuances, including authorizing the creation of new projects, the removal or modification of previously approved projects, the transfer of funds between eligible issuances, public awareness and outreach of these issuances, and the reallocation of funds within existing projects. Also going to read item 9C, postponed from March 17, 2025. Discuss and consider adoption of a resolution of the Commissioners Court of El Paso County, Texas, directing publication of notice of intention to issue combination tax and surplus revenue certificates of obligation in an amount not to exceed $54 million to fund street improvements, utility system improvements, flood control improvements, and HVAC improvements at the Family Youth Services Center and resolving other matters relating to the subject.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Jose Landeros with Strategic Capital Development. We will be continuing the conversation that the court had last week with respect to your capital planning efforts, including the possibility of the issuance of a notice, of the approval of a notice of intent to issue certificates of obligation in 2025. There are a number of individuals who have signed up to offer public comment, though, and so we would request that the court consider that and hear that public comment first, and then we can provide a summary of and updates to the public thereafter.
Jose.
Just a moment. Okay, we'd like to start first with Mr. Joaquin Duran. And just to remind speakers that public comment is limited to 5 minutes. Everybody is being timed. Thank you.
Welcome, Joaquin.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and County Judge. My name is Joaquin Duran, and I represent the Dig Deep Water Project. And I'm here to speak about the Hillcrest Water Project. First and foremost, I want to express my strong support on this project. Last week, I came before you to address the importance of this, and today I'm once again here asking you to kindly approve of this. As I shared with you previously, I come from similar background to the families on these areas and who have been living without access to clean, reliable water for many years. I understand firsthand the hardships that come with this reality. Living without water is not a choice, it's a condition that has been imposed to these families. These families were promised water by developers when they purchased the land, yet for over 40 years, they've been left without basic resources that they were promised. Some may ask, why not just move and go to a different place? But the reality is, these families have worked their lives to build a home in these areas. That's where they grew, that's where they had their children, and their kids grew up there. And leaving is not a simple option. As I mentioned last week, water is a fundamental human right. Everyone should have the ability to turn on their tap and expect clean water to flow without fear of uncertainty. The lack of water in these communities is just an inconvenience. It is a barrier, health, and security. I sincerely appreciate your time, the time you've taken to listen to these remarks today, and I'm grateful for the opportunity of speaking here on behalf of this important water project and the families from Hillcrest. I ask you kindly again to please approve of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Joaquin.
Have a good day.
Appreciate your time.
Next, we have Ms. Maria Diaz.
Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners, and I want to start off by thanking you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Maria Diaz, and I am also with the Dig Deep Right to Water project. Growing up in El Paso, one thing that has always stood out to me is the sense of community and unity that we share. I am here to show my full support for the Hillcrest Water Project and to emphasize the importance of bringing water and sewer services to this community. We are a city that comes together to solve problems, to help our neighbors, and to find solutions to the challenges we face. The spirit of collaboration has been at the core of our work, and it's clear that it lies in the heart of so many El Pasoans. In El Paso County, there are still 47 colonias and communities without access to basic water services. That's 47 communities with families just like ours who still don't have access to something that many of us take for granted. Water is essential to our daily lives, from showering to washing dishes to all of the other simple tasks that some of us never have to think twice about. But water is not the only issue. Sewer services are equally important. Safe, reliable sewer systems are crucial to the health and well-being of any community, and without both water and sewer, families are left vulnerable. Through projects we have worked on with the county, like Tierra de Oro and Laura y Mundi, we are helping 62 homes this year gain access to water for the first time. In Hillcrest, this project would provide 44 homes with their first ever access to water and sewer services in collaboration between Dig Deep and the county. The people of Hillcrest have been living here for over 40 years. When they moved to this area, they were promised by developers that water would be provided to their homes. Unfortunately, that promise has yet to be fulfilled. Hillcrest, like many other neighborhoods in El Paso, has been built on unity and neighbors supporting neighbors. All we're asking for is the same basic services that any home in El Paso receives: clean, reliable water and a functioning sewer system. This is not just a request for convenience, it's a matter of basic fairness. At Dig Deep, we have already paid for the design for this water project. But as with any project, the longer we wait, the more expensive it becomes. Costs for constructions and materials rise with every delay, and we need to act now in order to avoid further complications. That's why we're asking for this project to be shovel-ready so that we can move forward and make sure the people of Hillcrest get the water and sewer services they deserve. The county has been a great partner in past projects, like Laura y Mundi and Tierra de Oro, both of which are our first-time water projects. Hillcrest deserves the same type of attention and support. By investing in this project, we're not just providing water, we're improving lives, protecting health, and strengthening our entire community. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Maria.
Next, we have Victoria Amaya de Bravo.
Hola, Victoria.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Mi nombre es Victoria Bravo y vengo de Montana Vista para pedir su apoyo sobre, no tenemos fosa en ciertas partes de nuestra ciudad, de nuestra comunidad, y mucha gente desagua sus fosas sépticas y es un punto de contaminación muy triste. Entonces falta, se arregló la primera fase, falta la segunda y la tercera para poder tener el drenaje. Nos urge mucho para aquellas colonias. Eso es todo.
Muchas gracias, Victoria.
Next, we have Margarita Amaya.
Buenas tardes, Margarita.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Margarita Amaya y venimos lo mismo que dice Victoria Bravo.
Arrímese un poco más a la...
Mi nombre es Margarita Amaya y vengo también junto con Victoria Bravo a lo mismo, la misma situación de las aguas, de a ver si nos podrían atender para allá, para Montana Vista.
Muchísimas gracias.
Next, we have María Socorro Pérez.
¿Cómo le va?
Muy buenas tardes a
Buenas
todos
tardes.
ustedes. Yo soy del área de Canutillo, mi nombre es María Socorro Pérez. Estoy tratando de apoyar a mi comunidad. Del lado del río necesitamos mucho el drenaje. Hay personas que todavía tienen agua que no es de la ciudad y se necesita el apoyo. Y ahora, como dice Victoria, tenemos el problema de que viene el tiempo de calor y vienen muchas enfermedades. Con las aguas que desaguan las fosas sépticas nos afecta a todos. Y como se está llenando, está tanta gente recopilando, entonces es demasiado los problemas que existen. Queremos su apoyo para que nos apoyen, tanto en el área de Schumann, en Ponderosa y todas esas calles que necesitan la ayuda. Les agradeceríamos mucho que nos pongan esa atención. Y por eso, también por el problema que tenemos en la luz en la calle 259 Farm Road y la calle de Gallegos, para la calle Bosque, para que pusieran en la luz. Yo sé que cuesta mucho dinero, pero necesitamos que le pongan, por decir, un espacio a la gente que viene del lado de la Danifan, que los dejen parados un momento para que la gente que viene del lado del otro contrario pueda pasar a la escuela, porque en las mañanas este es un problema muy fuerte con todos los necesitados. Les agradecemos su atención, su ayuda y muchas gracias.
Al contrario, muchas gracias.
Okay, next we have on the phone Ms. Minerva Torres Shelton.
Ms. Shelton?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I am coming, thank you for the opportunity, but I truly understand firsthand the importance of responsibility, leadership, and accountability. I fully recognize the need for improvements to our drinking water, roadway safety, and flood control. These are critical issues, but the solution should not to be burden the community with another $54 million in debt through a certificate of obligation. Before you vote, I urge you to consider this. How much more can our taxpayers carry before they break? Every additional layer of debt weighs on hardworking families already struggling with rising property taxes and economic uncertainty. Let's be clear about this. A certificate of obligation is debt without voter approval. These should only be used for true emergencies. Thank you, Commissioner Olguin, for reaffirming this in your recent interview, where you said that you have always felt that we should limit the use of certificates of obligation to emergency projects where we may not have time to wait to place it on the ballot. Last week, I spoke also and urged this commission to explore alternatives before adding more debt, seek state and federal grants, reallocate funds from other areas of the budget. I urge this commission to assign someone to conduct a full inspection of our current budget. When was the last time we examined it line by line? At the heart of this, I call for clear accountability. Y ahora quiero hablarle a las señoras que dieron un comentario. Yo sé que les urge a ustedes un drenaje y que necesitan agua y que puede traer enfermedades, pero lo que está pasando con nuestros representantes, nuestros políticos, es que no nos han dado un contamiento de lo que están haciendo con el dinero. En el 2022, el Paso Water recibió 20 millones en dinero del Bipartisan Infrastructure Law for its Advanced Water Purification Facility. Eso iba a darnos 10 millones galones de agua para tomar. Y en el 2023, the Texas Water Fund se creó para alocarnos $1 billón de dinero para también lo mismo para el agua. ¿A dónde se fue ese dinero? No sabemos. Así es que les pido, I ask the commissioners that we've already secured millions for drinking water projects. Where is the accountability? Where did that money go? In my own home, we save for emergencies, and when unexpected expenses arise, we cut back in non-essential areas. I urge this commission to do the same. I respectfully urge you to vote no on this certificate of obligation. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Shelton. Appreciate your time.
Next, we have Ms. Jenny Solo.
Hi, Commissioners Court. My name is Jenny Solo.
I wanted to put a statement out that I strongly oppose the issuance of $54 million in certificates of obligation. While the proposed street improvements, utility upgrades, flood control, and HVAC projects may seem beneficial, repeatedly shown on an inability to manage large infrastructure projects. Prime example is the Pelicano Drive widening project, which was supposed to be completed in 2022. And this raises serious concerns. How can taxpayers trust the county to manage another $54 million responsibly? What guarantees do we have that these projects won't face the same delays and mismanagement? And if the county is running out of money, which Commissioner Stout was caught on camera saying last week, how would this debt be paid off without new taxes or fees? Additionally, I'm concerned about the county's failure to hold developers accountable for the cost of infrastructures. Is this going to be something that they're going to benefit because the ghost lots are going to come online? Subdivisions that were approved years ago without proper planning or roads, utilities, or services, instead of requiring developers to pay their fair share for extending service infrastructure to these areas, the county appears to be shifting the burden on homeowners and taxpayers. And why are taxpayers being asked to cover the cost of infrastructure for development that should have been properly planned for and funded by those who profit from them? Issuing COs bypasses voter approval, removing transparency and accountability from this decision. If these projects are truly essential, they should be put to a public vote rather than forced upon taxpayers without consent. I urge the court to reject this $54 million in new debt and prioritize responsible financial planning. The county must first demonstrate that it can successfully complete existing projects and ensure developers are being held accountable before forcing taxpayers to foot the bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Solo.
A statement?
Absolutely.
Okay. In response to hearing some of these comments during public comment last week, I asked our Public Works Department for some information on how much funding we have both received and invested in water and wastewater projects over the last 20 years. And so I wanted to share that information just to correct misinformation that's being provided and to show how much the county has invested in water and wastewater and that we are responsible with the funding that we receive from federal and state sources. So since 2008, the County of El Paso has received over $81 million in grant funding from state and federal sources, nearly $20 million in contributions from Water District and other community partners. About $500,000 of that has come from the County General Fund as match, and we've received over $31 million in loans, which is typical when we receive grants from the state and federal government where we have to have a loan match for those funds. So we've had a total investment of over $132 million over nearly 20 years just for water and wastewater projects in El Paso County that have brought water to more than 4,500 homes and 15,000 residents. So what we're talking about today is a continuation of that commitment to investment, and it shows that we have a proven track record of investing and making good on our promises to bring water to El Paso residents.
I appreciate that, Commissioner. Thank you.
Ready? Next, we have Catherine Lucero.
Catherine, we can't hear you.
Very faint, Catherine.
Okay, let me get it off the headphones. Okay. Sorry, guys, I'm on a plane, but here I go.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. I want to begin by extending my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for your unwavering support and advocacy for the people of El Paso, especially those who still lack access to basic water and wastewater services. I know that many of the decisions you've had to make have not been easy, but they have been made with the understanding that we have a responsibility to help those who are in the most need. El Paso strong. Your dedication to those without access to water is a testament to your commitment to making our community stronger, healthier, and more equitable. One of the most pressing challenges we face is the impact the lack of access to clean water has on our children. When our young people don't have access to drinking water, it directly affects their health, well-being, and ability to learn. We've seen the statistics, more absences, increased sickness, particularly stomach problems, and a cycle of disadvantage that is hard to break. Children who grow up without water start their lives at a deficit that many of us take for granted. Clean, reliable access to water is the foundation for a child's education, health, and future success. I'm proud to say that my team and I have been working alongside the county and our partners, including organizations like Dig Deep, to make real strides in bringing clean drinking water to the colonias in El Paso, which have been without water for over 50 years. Through this partnership, we've been able to bring water to many families who have gone without for too long. But I want to be clear, there is still much work to be done. We cannot and should not rest until every family, every child in this county has access to safe, clean water. We cannot afford to leave anyone behind. In El Paso, we have a long-standing tradition of caring for one another, of lifting each other up, and of working together to overcome challenges. We are El Paso strong, and we need not just to say it, but to live it and breathe it every day. Access to clean water isn't just a privilege, it's a basic human right. And we must continue to work together to ensure that everyone in our community, regardless of where they live or what their circumstances are, have access to the resources we all need to thrive. Thank you again, Commissioners, for all the work you've done and continue to do. I wish courage upon you. Let us keep pushing forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Appreciate your time.
Next, I have one public comment to read in. Beginning of statement. Hi, my name is Nadia Shashandi, and I'm calling regarding the bond that the Commissioners are considering today for the $54 million. I would like to speak, but I'm honestly not sure if I'm able to. If you could just make a statement that I hope they will reconsider that passing something like this for an area that hasn't had water, utility, and sewage for the last 50 years. It doesn't make sense to do this as an emergency situation, so it doesn't seem warranted to vote on a bond without allowing the public to vote on it. Also, it seems that there is going to be some development there, and we should allow for the developers to actually put in the funds and develop the land themselves instead of having a taxpayer take it on. I understand there's a potential for income from property taxes in the future, but we take a lot more debt by putting this together than we do if we allow the developers to do it. And we're allowing the developers to get away with a lot. And it doesn't seem very fair to the public. They're making a lot of money and we're not. We're losing a lot of money and it doesn't make a lot of sense for the public. End of statement.
Thank you, Cesar.
Do we have any others
Yes,
online?
we just received somebody calling on the queue. Cinda Cotham?
Yes,
Go ahead.
my name is Cinda Cottom, and I'm a retired senior on a fixed income. Thank you for letting me allow to speak. First of all, I want to say I am against the $54 million certificate of obligation. Second, as a citizen, I was not even given the opportunity or option to vote on this $54 million. Like I said, I am a retired citizen on a fixed income. Also, and if this is approved, taxes will go up, and I am sure that no one else wants their taxes raised. So please, I'm asking you to vote against this $54 million certificate of obligation. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time, Ms. Cottom.
That is all we have since that's in the,
Okay.
the phone bank.
That's all we have for public comment at the moment. We've got some additional ones that we have sent messages out to, but we can go ahead and continue.
Okay. Jose, back to you.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. Again, this is a continuation of the discussion that the court had last week and that the court's actually been having over the last almost 2 years related to where we are and how we arrived at this place. There was some updated information that I wanted to share from the presentation that was attached to the first agenda item. So if the AV team can bring that presentation up, it's related to the, and it was highlighted in the backup for the benefit of the public to see what exactly had been updated from the 17th to this week. So again, here are the financial details associated with this. We're looking at approximately a $54 million certificate of obligation that would have interest costs about 4.74%. This is up 10 basis points from the last time that the model was shared with the court. Final interest will be determined at the time that we actually go out to market if this certificate moves forward. Total debt service, $96.3 million. And the average annual debt service, or the payment that will be due to the bondholders, is approximately $3.3 million. Really want to emphasize, I know there were a few questions during the discussion about the debt that the county has been discussing, whether that be the $54 million CO or the $20 million tax note, and how that affects the taxes and tax rates. Really want to make it clear that the court has been deliberate in structuring a 5-cent tax rate for essential public purpose. And we have issued certificates of obligation and tax anticipation notes over the last several years to fund essential public purpose projects, and they've been tax rate neutral. It does not mean taxes neutral. And so the component of our tax rate that the county is in control of that relates to how much we need to levy to pay off our debt, again, has been structured at 5 cents. That 5 cents has allowed us to issue approximately $100 million of debt through tax notes and COs in 2023, about $22 million in a tax note in 2022, and we've issued smaller tax notes over the last several years, all without impacting the county's debt tax rate. And that's because we are strategic on when we present these items to the Commissioners Court for your consideration. The idea being that we are trying to mitigate any increases to the tax rate with respect to essential public purpose projects. Now, what's not discussed here on the slide, but is related to the bottom line, the taxpayers and residents see on their bills, is the fact that voters approved 3 of the 5 propositions that the Commissioners Court authorized to be on the November 2024 ballot. And so that $155 million in capital improvement bond projects is going to raise taxes as approved by voters by approximately 1.5 cents. So this year, we'll have our 5-cent essential public purpose project tax rate. If the court moves forward with either a tax note or a CO, that will be held steady at 5 cents. And then you'll have a 1.5 cent tax rate increase on top of that. And that will be as a result of the propositions that were approved by voters in the November 2024 general election. So I wanted to ensure that there was clarity on how the county can move forward with or state that these issuances will not affect the tax rate. It's as a result of debt service being retired. In other words, we're paying off a former debt issuance and we're issuing new debt in its place using the same exact payment amount. And that's the reason why we're able to continue to finance new infrastructure without raising the county's tax rate. Here's a summary of the $54 million CO scenario, just a restatement of some of those financial details. And this is as prepared by Stiefel, the county's financial advisor. That remained unchanged. This is the alternative scenario that we presented last week, $20 million certificate of obligation. You can see here the interest rate is much lower on that. And important to recall that these are approved by Commissioners Court as well. These are a one-step approval process. Certificates require 2 steps. Certificates require the notice of intent to be published, and then we wait 45 days, and we come back on the 46th day at the earliest. The court could consider authorizing the sale of the certificates at that time. During that period, the public is able to submit a petition to the county. In the event that petition is successful, and at least 5% of registered voters sign that petition, the court has to consider whether or not to send that out to voters. Tax anticipation notes are a one-step process, a shorter period of time, 7 years. You pay less interest on that. They are not subject to petitions, and so the court can approve those in one single step. You can see here the total debt service for a $20 million tax note is estimated to be about $22 million. Here are the project listings that, and actually I think this is the old presentation. I don't know if AV can bring up the one that was attached to the backup, because there are some updates on this slide that were attached to item number B. And it was with respect to the number of connections for the Northwest area projects and the Hillcrest area projects. Both were clarified and confirmed with the Planning and Development Department last week. Here we go. Thank you. So Hillcrest Estates, 61 estimated connections, estimating to serve just shy of 200 residents. And then the Northwest area would be 400 sanitary sewer connections, 15 first-time water connections, serving approximately 1,200 residents. And so this was clarified and confirmed, again, with the Planning and Development Department. But these are the projects that would be included in a certificate of obligation. This has been structured based on the direction from Commissioners Court at the end of February during our special session when we had a capital planning workshop with input from Public Works on those priorities, as well as those projects that were prioritized by the Bond Advisory Committee. And these photos, again, were presented last week. The conditions of Ascension Road, the flood control needs in Cantillo, Hillcrest. You can see those tanks there being the areas where non-potable water is stored. And you can see here the HVAC conditions that have had to be installed at the Youth Services building on Delta and Fonseca. This timeline has been updated. It reflects today's agenda date, March 24th, 2025. The court considers the NOI for the 2025 certificate. We would engage the public, coordinate financial details over the next months, and then be coming back to the Commissioners Court on May 12th of 2025 to authorize a certificate of obligation. In the event the court wants to pursue the tax anticipation note, we would work on scheduling that date. But again, as I mentioned earlier, there's no waiting period on that. It's a single step. And so that can move fairly quickly. But we would still recommend the possibility of coordinating that issuance with the potential GO bond issuance that we are working on related to the bonds that were approved by voters in November of 24. This brings us to the end of the presentation. I did, however, want to ask the AV team if they can bring up the order. Based on discussions that the court has had with respect to roadway improvements and some emergent needs with that area, with that topic, we did ask bond counsel to update the language on the order. And if you can scroll down a little bit. Going to the page that's titled Exhibit A, which I think is the next page. Keep going. Going. Right here. So you can see here in that paragraph, we are specifically calling out the roads that would be eligible for improvement under the certificate of obligation. And we did ask bond counsel to update that to include Pelicano Drive between Loop 375 and Darrington Road / Berryville Street. And this gives the court the flexibility to expend funds on those. You have given us direction to come back with options related to that, as you were briefed in executive session on this, and this reflects that direction. This does not commit the county to expend any funding on Pelicano, but rather gives you flexibility to be able to do so. And so this has been added to the backup. This was not originally attached. The only revision to this document is the inclusion of that new roadway. The financial details that have been completed by Stiefel and reviewed by bond counsel remain consistent. The only revision to the document at this point is adding Pelicano Drive between Loop 375 and Darrington Road. So with that, Judge, Commissioners, that concludes our presentation. Happy to answer any questions you all may have.
Judge? Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. Jose, my understanding, though, is additionally there's, in this proposed project, there's an additional 195 future connections that be made to with this service that's being included for East Montana. Is that correct?
So that's correct. So the project would extend the lines in front of all the lots, including empty lots that are currently there. Future residents in the area would be able to connect. That is the number of structures that will be connected from the onset of the project.
Yeah, the number of is 461 now, but in the future, another 195 can connect to this service.
And that holds true for both areas in the Northwest as well as in Hillcrest Estates. Yes, sir.
There will be additional capacity.
Yes, sir.
Correct? Right. So taking that into account, it's approximately 650 solar plus properties that would eventually be able to connect to both of these projects in Northwest and the East Montana.
Yes, sir.
All right. And so based on the project total cost, approximately 33.5 million, or let's say 34 million roughly, right? The cost per those is probably around more like $50,000 per each of those properties rather than some other amount that's been touted out there. Is that correct?
I would.
Well, somebody
do the
can
math.
divide out
Yeah.
34 million.
Commissioner, that's probably, that is probably close to very accurate. That's for the amount we're borrowing.
Right.
Not the total cost of the loan, but for the upfront
For the
33.5 million.
For the upfront cost.
Yes, sir.
I'm talking about. But additionally, we are getting approximately 52 fire hydrants as a safety issue for these areas as well. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That don't have any right now. 48 in East Montana, right? Hillcrest?
Hillcrest.
And another 4 in the Northwest area, Canutillo area.
Sure.
Right. And of course, we've seen what has happened over the last year or two with fires in the outlying areas, both not just in East Montana, that people have had to suffer in the health issues, the lower valley with Commissioner Holguin, my precinct out in Northwest El Paso. People have lost their homes, lost their lives, and we just had a fire in Anthony. The common thread of this is that we need to make sure that we have our water infrastructure. It's health, it's safety, it's a basic human right. Today, you know, Commissioners Court, my colleagues, we will decide how much that we really support this basic human right, how much we support our health and safety of our constituents in the entire county. You know, I grew up in Canutillo. It's a very proud community. They've had to fight every day for these basic human rights. Some of them have been there for 60 years without these basic services, you know? And some of these people, you know, don't have the affordability. They don't have the capacity. They don't have the funds to be able to move into the city where they have these services. And so, you know, I cannot in good conscience stand by and say that these projects are unnecessary. I value everybody's lives in our community too much and their health and their safety to just say that, to say that the disdain for this financing tool is more important than the safety, the well-being, and the health of our constituents. I just cannot do that. And therefore, I move that we proceed with our certificates of obligation as proposed.
Yes. Commissioner Holguin?
Thank you, Judge. I don't think that there is any doubt in anyone's mind as to the importance of all of these projects. We wouldn't be talking about any of these projects if they were not important. And thank you, Commissioner Butler, for the statistics that you provided about the investments that the county has made in water and wastewater. I am incredibly proud of what this court and prior courts have done to invest and try to connect as many communities as we can. Our staff does such incredible work going after grants, bringing in federal money, state money to try to connect communities and build the infrastructure that we need. And you didn't mention stormwater, but just in the 4 years that I've been on this court, the county has received grants and low-interest loans of in excess of 40 million. I think we're closer to 45 million now to invest in our stormwater system. So to me, it's not an issue of whether or not these projects are important. That is without a doubt. These are very important projects. To me, the issue is issuing COs right now comes with risks, and that's my concern. So we know that the Attorney General has to approve our COs, and we know that there are potential issues with that. We've heard in prior meetings that there may be the risk of a petition with signatures being gathered to stop the COs if we don't put them to a public vote. And I'm very concerned about these risks if we move forward with a CO. I think in times like we're going through right now with such economic uncertainty, I mean, we've been hearing about all of the potential layoffs of federal employees. Of course, this administration's insane tariff wars, rising inflation, rising cost of goods. I think we need to be very cautious with the amount of debt that the county issues, especially without voter approval. My preference and my suggestion and my hope would be that we would issue a smaller $20 million tax note to fund some of the more emergent projects on our list right now. And to me, those are the roadway projects and the stormwater project. And then come back to the issue of funding the other projects when we know more about whether or not our pending applications with the Texas Water Development Board are approved or not. That's going to happen in April. That's a month away. The SIB loan, that's going to happen in June. That's a couple months away. At that point, we'll have a better idea of our capacity. But the risks involved with going forward with the CO right now, to me, is what really gives me pause and why I would rather that we issue the $20 million smaller tax note.
Well, I want to say thank you to the county staff and the team who have worked for years now to put together a list of all of the county's capital needs and then worked to prioritize the most urgent ones over the last few months. Under current Texas law, the state still allows counties to use COs for exactly these kinds of public works because the state recognizes how vital they are to citizens' health and safety. And we're not talking about luxuries here. We're talking about basics, right? Water and roads, that's as essential as it gets. That's part of our responsibility as county government to provide to our residents. Clean, reliable water isn't a privilege. It's a basic human need. And yet, right here in our own county, there are still communities and families, especially in the colonias, like the one that I grew up in and still live in, who do not have it. In Hillcrest Estates, that's a community that is completely surrounded by communities that have water and wastewater infrastructure on all sides. This isn't a new community that's been developed recently. This is a community that's been in existence for decades and has lived resiliently without water, but now, and at every turn has neighbors that have access to water because that's new development, and they've just been left out of that infrastructure. So this isn't just a policy failure on a lot of different fronts. This is a moral failure, I think, from the people who first sold those lots to those families. On roads, we know that safe, functional roads are essential. They're how our kids get to school, how ambulances reach emergencies, and how working families commute to and from their jobs. Many of our roadways, like Asuncion, are outdated, unsafe, and overburdened by unplanned commercial growth. And it's our duty to invest in them before they become crises. And in the case of Asuncion and Pelicano, I think they have already reached that point. These are really expensive, big-ticket items. And ideally, we would have money in the bank to be able to fund them outright. But unfortunately, that's not our luck here in El Paso County. We've been aggressive and successful in competing for outside funding. I shared with you all the statistics that have been shared with me. And just to recap, El Paso County has secured over $100 million in competitive grants for water infrastructure, more than ever before. This is in the last 20 years. We've used those dollars strategically. For every $1 in local match, we've pulled in $4 to $5 in outside funds. That's smart and that's efficient use of our funding. But the need still outpaces grants available, especially now when we don't know what's going to happen. The federal and state government, we don't know that we're still going to have access to grants from the EPA or USDA or any other federal agency. Without us investing locally, we risk running out of funding for infrastructure altogether. Their certificates of obligation we're considering are tax neutral, and I think they're a responsible way to keep essential projects moving forward without overburdening our taxpayers. And I want to say to those who say, I don't want my tax dollars going to water infrastructure in colonias or communities that don't have it, I want to ask them, do you have running water? If you do, it's because someone before you made a decision to invest in that infrastructure. We're being asked to do the same for people who've waited far too long and for what most people take for granted every day. We don't get to pick and choose who deserves water. Public dollars fund roads you may never drive on, schools you don't send your kids to, and emergency services you might never need. Because that's what a functioning society does. That's what we do as county government. And that's what equity looks like when we practice it. So I am in support of voting for their certificates of obligation. Today, I know that we are leaving capacity for future grants that may come in and loans that we may need for more water infrastructure, because this is just a fraction of the need that still exists in El Paso County. And I think it's our responsibility to serve every single resident that we can, especially those who haven't had a voice and who've gone unheard for a long time.
Commissioner Stout.
Judge, thank you. I'm about to board my flight here, but I want to echo a lot of the sentiments that have already been stated by Commissioner Butler and Commissioner Coronado. I think that these projects are necessary. It's important for us to be able to provide these services to folks. I hope that in the future we can look at ways to make sure that we're making sure developers pay their fair share. I know one of the public comments mentioned that, and I think that's something that we need to continue to look at. I don't know if the county can do impact fees in the future to make sure that new development is paying its fair share. But I think the majority of this investment is going to provide service to folks that we have a moral responsibility to make sure that they have first world access to services, not third world access to services. And it still surprises me every time that I hear about the number of colonias that exist in El Paso County and how much we have to make up. But this is I think chipping away at that problem, and we need to continue to identify funding for this. I want to reiterate for the public that this is a tax rate neutral. We've worked really hard to be as fiscally responsible as we possibly can. When I came into office 10 years ago, our tax rate was at 45 cents per $100 valuation. Now it's at 42 cents. And even though we are going to be, if this passes, going out to bond for another $54 million, our tax rate is going to be neutral, or interest and sinking portion of our tax rate. And so I think really shows that our dedication to trying to be fiscally responsible in a time that it's difficult to do so. I also want to remind the public that anywhere between 50 and 70%, depends on what you look at, of our budget it comes from the state legislature and unfunded mandates that are handed down to us. And so, I'm happy that we've had folks call in and talk to us today about the tax rate and what the county is doing with taxes. But I would, urge them to also talk to their state delegation about voting against and stopping any further unfunded mandates that are coming from the state legislature. And a lot of what we have to do development-wise, the fact that we are so restricted in how we can zone and develop our development authority is a directly from the state legislature as well, and that's even more costly. So, I thank everybody for the work. This has been, a long time coming, and I'm happy to support these items.
Thank you. Jose, there's been some concern, one of the most difficult things we're doing is that the public really does not like for us to make decisions that don't go out to the voter. We're saying it's tax neutral, but there seems to, even in today's comments, some insinuation that that's not possible. Are we completely, we can confirm that it would be tax neutral? Because there seems to be, maybe just the public has lost a little bit of confidence, but could you talk about that as far as whether we can guarantee that it's a tax neutral?
Yes, sir. So our comments on this have always been related to your INS, which is one of two components on the county's tax rate. That funds our debt liabilities, our long-term financial liabilities. That is going to be approximately 5 cents. In some years, it's been 0.50012, in other years, it's been 0.49998. But generally speaking, it's approximately 5 cents. I feel that to be an accurate statement to say we are tax rate neutral when this debt issues. On the flip side, you have the maintenance and operation tax rate that the county manages. And every year during the development of your budget, budget and finance and county auditor, tax assessor calculate all of the statutorily required tax rates, which include the not to exceed, the no new revenue, and those types of tax rates. And so that does fluctuate. But your no new revenue rate is effectively operationally the part of your tax rate that allows the county to collect the same amount of money as we did the year before, and it's inversely related to the tax base. So as the tax base grows, the M&O rate comes down. If the tax base were to shrink, in theory, the M&O rate would automatically go up, and that would be a tax rate that the court could adopt and say this is our no new revenue tax rate. It would be considered a tax rate increase if the tax base shrunk. But that component is still subject to your decision. So your INS tax rate may be flat at 5 cents, but your M&O is still something that you have a separate discussion on as you work to adopt your budget on an annual basis. I think the bottom line for residents, however, is that while the county may be moving forward with a very prudent strategy, there's overlapping debt. There's overlapping debt from school districts, there's overlapping debt from municipalities, there's overlapping debt from special purpose districts. And so taxpayers, when they see their bill, it's in one lump sum, and it's not necessarily itemized to say, this is what you paid last year to the county, this is what you're paying this year to the county, it's one lump sum. And so I think some of the concern and the questions that arise from taxpayers is that their bottom line, which is what they have to pay into escrow if they have a mortgage, or what they have to plan for if they've already paid off their mortgage and are making monthly payments, that increases. And that's a result of not just the tax rates, but also obviously the value of their property. And while the tax base may grow 3.5% There may be some houses and businesses that increase more in value than the average. There may be some that don't increase as much. So there's going to be some variation from property to property. But I do think that we can say that we have been very deliberate to try to mitigate as much of an impact on taxpayers as we can by working to fund essential purpose projects with a steady debt tax rate of 5 cents for years. And this has been a strategy that predates my time working on this. This is something that our former Executive Director of Budget and Fiscal Policy, Wally Hargrove, put into effect under Ms. Keller's leadership. And the Commissioners Court at that time made a distinct decision to start working on structuring our debt to be tax rate neutral for the purposes of mitigating impact to residents so that they would not so that understanding that a lot of us are homeowners and taxpayers as well, right? And so this has been a very public process that goes back to almost, if you look at that timeline, it goes back to almost 2 years of us engaging with the court on these projects and these discussions. These are just the final decision points of that very deliberate process to identify these projects. And as Commissioner Butler alluded to, the current law in the state does authorize public works to be financed under certificates of obligation and tax anticipation notes. So you are operating wholly within the statutory authority that is given to counties to decide to fund these projects. But those are some of the financial details that go with why we say that we are issuing this debt without raising the tax rate. It's very specific to the debt service tax rate.
And Jose, the one thing that will change the rate is what voters vote for themselves.
That's correct. And
So when we went out to a vote and voters voted for things, that will change the tax rate. But we are operating within the tax rate that the county has maintained for several years. Now, and as Jose mentioned, if their value changes, that might change their tax bill, but the rate is not, we're not changing what the rate is.
We might want to go into the vote because I think we're going to lose.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not willing to.
Yes, sir.
If not everybody votes on this.
Okay. So this would be under item 9C, Caesar. And the motion that we heard, Commissioner Coronado, yes, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Coronado and a second from Commissioner Butler. Voting is open.
I vote aye. Don't have the electronic voting, so verbally, aye.
Thank you, Commissioner. And the motion carries.
Thank you, Judge Commissioners. Our next steps will be to publish this in the El Paso Times. We'll be working with bond counsel to coordinate that for later this week. It should be published on Thursday, March 27th. And then that'll bring us back again. Our next step would be for the court to consider authorizing the sale of certificates of obligation on May 12th, your regularly scheduled meeting on May 12th, 2025.
And for the record, Caesar, no action on item 9B.
Thank you. No action for item 9B.
Thank you, Commissioner Stout.
Yeah, thank y'all for getting that done. I'm about to have to log off for about an hour and 20 minutes for the flight, so.
Okay,
thank you.
Safe travels.
Judge, Commissioners, we still have item 9A, and then we still have items in executive session. Would you all, I'm sorry, and we also still have yes, 9A, and then executive session items. Would you all like to go to 9A? Is Alicia available? Melissa? Is Alicia available?
Is-
9A?
They don't need to. Sí, ya tomamos el voto y apoyamos. Mándeme. Contrario.
Gracias.
Bye-bye.
Item number 9A from County Administration. Receive a presentation, discuss and take appropriate action regarding El Paso County's 89th Texas Legislative Agenda and value statements, and provide discussion and input regarding federal legislative items for the 119th Congress.
Buenas tardes, good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Alicia Tamayo, Governmental Affairs Manager. With the legislative update for this week, we can have the slides up, please. Thank you. Just some updates about session. As of the March 14th bill filing deadline, there was a total of 9,893 bills filed compared to the 8,814 filed last session. This means a 12% increase on bills. This is not resolutions. This is just regular House and Senate bills. The Lieutenant Governor announces his second round of priority bills. He had announced the first 20, and now he's up to his top 40 priority bills that address issues such as business tax relief, increasing teacher pay, bail reform, lottery reform, expanding protections for the trucking industry, establishing Homeland Security Division within DPS, and more. These usually have really low bill numbers, so we see things like SB2, which is the school vouchers, SB3, banning THC, SB6, the great reliability, SB16, which is a proof of citizenship requirement that Commissioner Stout testified against last week because he happened to be in town for the Conference of Urban Counties board meeting. He also has SB14, which establishes the Department of Government Efficiency in Texas. And I can provide a list if needed, but I feel like these numbers keep changing because some of them were filed as regular bill numbers and then they were made priorities. And so they were given a lower bill number. So some of these numbers have been changing lately, but I think this kind of summarizes what we're seeing from the Lieutenant Governor on his priorities. Tomorrow, the Senate is set to debate the budget on the Senate floor. I think it will be a long day for the Senate, but we can have a summary of some of the key provisions that are in the Senate budget. This would change once the House Appropriations has been hearing part of the budget. There's things that they agree on, but there's, as you can imagine, lots of things that they don't agree with, and that will go to conference committee. So once we have heard both versions on the House and Senate, they go to conference and they will establish what kinds of things are finalized on the budget. Next slide, please. I wanted just to give a few updates on bills that are on the move that you have already taken action on or that we have them as part of our value statements. So for example, SB 19, which is the silencing of local governments or taxpayer-funded lobbying, as the opposition has been calling this. It passed out of the Senate and it got an amendment which would essentially allow us to keep our membership with organizations, nonprofits such as TAC, the Texas Association of Counties, or with CUC, the Conference of Urban Counties. So this was a bipartisan amendment that was taken up against the bill author's will. It was not acceptable to the author. Still, it had some support from some Senate Republicans, such as Senator Nichols, and he introduced the amendment to allow for nonprofit associations, like I said, to hire full-time employees that would have to register under the Chapter 305 of the Government Code, which is the registration for lobbyists on the code. It is better than what we had initially seen in the hearing. It is still silencing of local officials like us, that we have a hired contractor on retainer that helps us pass our legislative agenda. So we would not be able to hire professionals to do this if the bill stays with these amendments as it is right now. I think the House will probably try to amend the bill further or stop it altogether, but we don't know. I will keep you posted as this bill makes it over to the other chamber.
Elisa, does it still allow, it allows us to have our own employees, but it does not allow us to have contracted?
Not contracted, we can still pay dues to CUC or TAC, right, and they can hire lobbyists. That's the extent to which this would allow us to hire any experts. But yeah, we would not be able to hire our own lobbyists if it is not through tax CUC or any other nonprofit.
But we can hire an employee.
You can be an employee, yeah, because the employees are protected under another clause, I believe. I would have to ask the county attorneys probably, but there's something that protects in-house government affairs employees like me, that I can go talk to offices and advocate for priorities. And there's like a section of the code that protects government employees.
It applies to government.
So I don't even have
employees,
to register
county
as a
employees.
lobbyist, for example. Sorry, I couldn't hear that.
The county attorney just mentioned that it does apply to government employees.
Okay. And can we go back? I think I missed House Bill 9. There you go. So House Bill 9, I know that's something that we've been tracking, and that the CUC has been working with the bill author, because the introduced version of the bill would increase the assessed value of tangible property exemption from $2,500 to $250,000. And we heard that this might be lower to no more than $50,000, but we still haven't seen that. So this is yet to be seen. The bill was voted out of the Ways and Means Committee unanimously. That means that everybody who is a member of the Ways and Means Committee voted for the bill. And I believe that because this is a priority from the speaker and also from the chairman of the committee, and it's kind of hard to oppose something, but I believe there's some members that are working to amend this and hopefully bring it down to no more than 50,000. Then we have House Bill 510, which prohibits and I'm sorry, this is a typo. It should be House Bill 530, not 510, which is a companion to Senate Bill 2010 that you had voted to take action to oppose, which would not allow us to do any more guaranteeing, or the idea, I know we haven't really done this, but if we were to do a guaranteed income program in the future, this would not let us do that. Commissioner Saw was in town when this bill received a hearing last week as well, and he testified against the bill. And I think I shared the clip of his testimony through the highlights. House Bill 406, it is a notification of the Chapter 380, 381 agreements that we would have to be notifying the Workforce Commission. It received a hearing and we supported it per county action. Next slide, please. Senate Bill 8, this is against our values that have already been adopted on the agenda. We are tracking the way that this shapes out. Again, this has had a committee substitute already. It will be voted, well, it was voted out of committee, so it will be voted by the full Senate. I would believe soon, if they didn't do it today, but it is already on their intent calendar. And it would mandate that the sheriffs enforce federal immigration law with ICE, with Immigration and Customs Enforcement. I know there's like a big concern on the impact that this would have. There's some grants that are tied to the bill, but I don't think that would be enough to cover the overtime and like additional employee time from the sheriff's office. Our House Bill 334, this is a county priority. It is the optional county employee family leave pool program that counties can choose to adopt. It had a hearing this morning. It was introduced by Vice Chair Ordaz, and we did really well. We all dropped cards in support. The other urban counties, Commissioners and Judges Association, it received, I think, a broad amount of support, though Rep. Ordaz asked us not to testify because of the timing. They were trying to get to the end of the hearing soon, and so it was kind of those things that we needed to expedite, but we did drop a card on behalf of El Paso County and offered to support her. I met with her after she testified, and I mean, after she laid out the bill and closed on the bill. It was left pending in committee. This is normal action that usually happens after hearing a bill. They sit on it for 1 week, and then I would believe that they would vote this out next week, hopefully unanimously. We've been working on this. The lobby team has been working on this. And Rep. Ordaz also got some bipartisan support, some Republicans to sign on the bill to make it bipartisan and hopefully voted unanimously out of committee. Then Senate Bill 1592, this is a collection of county hot taxes by the intermediaries such as Airbnb and VRBO. So this is a bill by Senator Blanco that he's been working on with with these agencies, these intermediary agencies, and they agreed on. It was a lot of back and forth with the comptroller's office, but this bill would essentially centralize the way that our hotel occupancy taxes are collected by these agencies. And we supported it because it is in our value statements. As you might recall, I think some of you wanted this to be a county priority. We didn't know how to do this, like where to get the language, where to start working on this. So I was very happy to see that this was an initiative that other, like even Airbnb supports, and that they work with the comptroller just to make it easy. So they would collect the taxes for us and then remit them to the counties and municipalities. Senate Bill 2605, it is the creation of an asset commission for the Housing Authority. You might remember that last session, we had two versions of this, or of a similar bill that would create an asset commission that would have members appointed. However, one version last session had commissioners court appointment in the process, like have the commissioners weigh in the process, and the other version didn't. Erika, you can correct me if I'm wrong, because I know you have provided a very thorough analysis on this, but this Senate Bill 2605 doesn't have the commissioners court input on the process, on the selection process for the commissioners of this new asset commission. Correct?
That's right. That's correct.
And Elisa, is this bill just going to be applicable in El Paso County? Is this our senators bringing this one forward, or?
Yes, this is a local bill that would apply to the City Housing Authority. And I've been in touch with the legal counsel for Home, PASIP, and she did offer to meet with the commissioners, with one of you or with all of you. We're trying to figure out when to schedule this. It hasn't received a hearing. It was just filed the day before bill filing deadline last week. And so, yeah, it is in our radar, and I'm hoping that we can work with them, because I know that we want them to, if they need an asset commission to manage their assets, I know that that's important for them, but I also understand that for this commissioner's court, it's also important to weigh in on that selection process. Am I correct? Unless you give me other direction today, but I don't know if you want to support the bill as is, or if we should just work with them to amend the language.
Yeah, no, I know the last time that we had this discussion, it was, and of course, granted, we have two new members of the court. I don't remember, Commissioner Coronado, if you were here during our last discussion on this, but we were very concerned with not having any say or input in who the members of the Asset Commission would be. And from my recollection of the discussions, we were also very concerned that they would most likely not be local people from the El Paso area. So I'd like to still request that the court be involved in the appointment process.
I was here.
Yes, absolutely. Erica, I don't know if you have anything else
No, I don't.
that you need to add on this one, or we just bring it back at a later time after we meet with their legal counsel.
No, we don't have anything additional.
So I think that's what we can do, is just bring it back when we're able to meet with our legal counsel and see if that's something that they can work with us to amend the language. Okay, next slide, please. These three bills, I wanted to see if we could take action if we, they could be potentially harmful to county operations. One of them is House Bill 1522 that changes the public meeting posting requirement from the current 72 hours to 3 business days. So from what I gather is that this would make us have to have our agenda ready by Tuesday for the following Monday meeting. When this was initially introduced, it had also a requirement about posting a hard copy of the budget whenever the budget was going to be discussed in a public meeting. And I know we're very good about posting our backup and all of those things, but I think it had something for like physical copies, and that has been removed. I think the bill author agreed to remove that requirement. However, the change is still from 72 hours to 3 business days. Then House Bill 19, we received a very thorough analysis from our bond counsel. on this bill that is relating to the issuance and repayment of debt by local governments, including the adoption of an ad valorem tax rate and the use of ad valorem tax revenue for the repayment of debt. As it is, we just looking at the bill, I think it would be harmful, and if you all take action today, we'll make sure that we drop a card whenever it's scheduled for a hearing. It hasn't been scheduled for any hearings in the House or the Senate yet. And then House Bill 1453, this one was heard today, but I wanted to make you aware of it. I know Jose provided very good through analysis, and also Barbara on the harmful impacts of this bill. There was a committee sub that I shared earlier with Jose. That's the bill that was introduced this morning, and I received feedback again saying that this is still pretty harmful for the county. So just wanted to make you aware, as this bill seems to be moving quickly. Do we have any questions? Should we take action on this slide yet, or do you want to take action at the end? The next slide will be bills that I recommend that we support.
Can you go back to the slide that you want action? Okay, this one you want the county to oppose.
Yes.
It's easier, I think, commissioners, if we take action right here while we're on the slide so you see it. So it would be a motion to oppose HB 1522, HB 19, and HB 1453.
That coming up. There we go.
We have a motion from Judge Samaniego, second from Commissioner Coronado, to oppose HB 1522, HB 19, and HB 1453. Voting is open, and Commissioner Stout is absent. Motion carries.
Thank you. And then on the next slide, we have better bills. We have bills that would be supportive, I believe, of county operations, and that we could take action today and then include them also as values on our agenda. So anything similar moving forward, we can support. But House Bill 1109, for example, would exempt counties from the motor fuel taxes in the state of Texas. So it would be more, it's a good bill for the county, so we don't have to spend, I don't know the amounts. I know Barbara did give them to me and I don't have them in front of me, but it would save the county a lot of money on the motor fuel tax. This is something that the Judges and Commissioners Association is supporting and leading on. Then we have House Bill 148, which would create a mandatory training for Central Appraisal Board members. Given that last legislative session, the legislature took action to make some of these positions elected. There's some concerns that people that might run for these seats might not be fully trained, so this would require them to have a mandatory training when running for this or when being elected to these positions. Then House Bill 505 is the issuance of vital records like birth certificates or a driver's license or personal ID to homeless individuals. So I think for the county would be birth records. If the individual claims to be homeless, then they would be waived the fee. They would have to make this request. It would not be something just across the board mandatory. The person would have to request the fee be waived. But we feel like it's a good way to support people that are struggling and just waiving the fee for them. Then House Bill 1080, it allows political subdivisions to satisfy the posting requirements by posting on media or in greater circulation outlets than the main paper. I believe a lot of the urban counties are supporting this. I wanted to make you aware that it could potentially save the county money on posting some of those posting requirements. And I think it's optional. And then House Bill 1275, it repeals the section of the code. This one was voted on this morning. This is the one by Vice Chair Gonzalez in our delegation. So I already dropped a card in support for the action that you all took this morning. And then the last one is Senate Bill 1173. House version is 1998. That increases the bid limit from 50,000 to 100,000. Oh, I thought somebody said something. Yeah, so these are the bills that I'm recommending that we drop our support behind, unless you have any questions.
We have a motion from Judge Samaniego, a second from Commissioner Coronado to support HB 1109, HB 148, HB 505, HB 1080, HB 1275, and SB 1173 slash House Bill 1998. Voting is open. Commissioner Stout is absent. Motion carries.
Thank you. That concludes the state portion of the legislative update. I do have a couple of items for the federal, if we can bring those slides up, please. There was a legislative alert from NACO on municipal bonds to on the tax-exempt municipal bonds that are tools to finance projects by local governments. So the House and the Senate are drafting the legislation. It is not public yet. However, we have members like our Senator John Cornyn. He's part of the Senate Finance Committee that we could contact and let them know that we support this and why. And I know that counties rely on tax-exempt municipal bonds to support our infrastructure investments, raising capital for critical projects, and keeping the cost low for the taxpayer. So if the Congress were to eliminate this tax exemption, it would raise the cost of providing this infrastructure. I know NACO estimated that by like $823 billion nationwide. I'm not sure how much that would be for the county, but they are asking that counties in Texas, we should support or let our senators know what would happen if this were to be eliminated. So I was proposing taking action to adopt this as our legislative agenda, and then we can send those letters to our senators, especially Senator Cornyn, as he sits in that committee. And then the second, or I don't know if you want to take separate action. I have two separate items on the federal agenda, but this would be one of them. And then I know George Reyes in our Public Works Department also had some good suggestions from the Government Accountability Office. Should we go to those? We can go to the next. Oh, sorry. I didn't see you, George.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. George Reyes, Associate Planner with Planning and Development. Just to give a little background on this one, about 1.5 years ago, the Government Accountability Office, also known as GAO, came to the county, to the El Paso region, and wanted to see what we were doing out in the colonias. And so we had a delegation from the county that consisted of Munzer, Al-Siraj, myself, and Commissioner Holguin to meet with these representatives from the feds, as well as members from TDHCA and Texas Department of Agriculture were there. We spent the first half of the day just going over some of the problems we have with certain processes that we do applying for CDBG grants and certain funding with the feds. And the second part of the day, we took them on a tour of the county in our unincorporated areas, which included going to the Waco Tanks area, going to Hillcrest area, and then also visiting the Colonia Self-Help Center, because these are a lot of areas where they had shown interest in. And so that was 1.5 years ago, and back in January, around December, they published a report on their trip. They visited the 4 border states, California, Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas, and they went all the way from San Diego down to Brownsville. And they came out with a lot of suggestions for the House to consider, as well as USDA on providing some of these CDBG grants. And so that's where this is coming from. Munzer brought it to our attention when the report was done, so I reached out to Alicia to see if this is something we can at least put on the Congresswoman's radar as part of our legislative agenda. And so HUD and USDA have 5 grant and loan programs that target colonias to improve our water and wastewater systems for housing. But due to population changes, nearly 60% of colonias will likely become ineligible for certain targeted financial assistance. And so by statute, the U.S.-Mexico border states must set aside a percentage of their HUD CDBG grants, but the current law states that colonias, a definition, a federal definition for colonias is that they must be within a metropolitan statistical area of 1 million people or less. So now some colonias in the nation are already a part of this or will exceed the threshold. One example the report brought up was Piedmont County. They're a border community out in Arizona, and back in the early 2000s, they changed their MSA to be included with Phoenix, and because of that, they were ineligible for CDBG grants from the federal level. And so the report was suggesting to revise population requirements to help preserve eligibility for many communities that were originally intended to benefit from this set-aside program. And here at the county, there are 2 programs, well, one mainly program that benefits from this funding. It's our, of course, Colonia Self-Help Center. They receive money through, HUD sends it to the Texas Department of Agriculture, and then we apply for it through there. And so that's where we get the funding for the Self-Help Center. And then Munzer used to use this funding a lot. He's done at least 10 to 12 projects for water, wastewater that went through the Texas CDBG grant program. And so we just wanted to add to the legislative agenda to urge Congress to consider revising the population requirement for colonias to receive CDBG set-aside funding given population growth increases that we're seeing. And then the second one is a little minor. This one's going directly to the director for USDA. It's to develop procedures to identify applications for single-family housing assistance for projects in colonias. The reason this one was important was because some of the funding set aside for CDBG grant funding, I think it's either 5 or 10% at the federal level, must go to colonias. But the USDA doesn't have a tracking system as far as where that if a certain household is within an actual colonia. So they're not really keeping track of if they're reaching that 5 to 10% threshold for CDBG grant funding. And so those were the only 2 that we bring to you today to hopefully put on our federal legislative agenda. Are there any questions?
Thank you so much, George.
Elisa, sorry, I just
And
want to
we
make
can
sure. I want to make sure that we're also communicating this with Congressman Gonzalez, since most of the colonias are in his congressional district here in El Paso County.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you.
We can have one motion to support both items and to communicate the support for both the municipal bonds and the assistance to colonias to our congressional delegation, which would include Congressman Gonzalez, Congresswoman Escobar, and then our 2 senators, Moreno and Cruz.
Okay, we have a motion from Judge Samaniego, a second from Commissioner Butler. Voting is open. Motion carries.
Judge, thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, Elisa.
Thank you, Alicia.
Are we finished? Executive?
Before we go back into executive, do you all want to make a public comment about the addendum? We discussed the item in executive. I didn't know if you wanted to make any public comments, and we could read that item in before we go into executive.
On 14A, is that?
14A?
Right, we only discussed it in executive so far? Or is it just no action?
Yeah, we won't take any action, but if anybody wants to, I just make a general comment.
Okay, Caesar, would you do that one before we go back in?
Sure. Item number 14A, discuss and take appropriate action concerning the fire that occurred on March 21st, 2025 in Anthony, Texas, and the challenges.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. You know, there's really a really tragic event that happened on Saturday morning over in Precinct 4 in Anthony, Texas. There was a fire at the Flying J, started up apparently inside the kitchen of the Denny's and consumed the entire building. You know, some of these issues that we're having with some of our fires out in the outlying areas of the county and in certain of the smaller municipalities just have pointed out that we need to really look at our water infrastructure for the safety and benefit of all our county residents. That we need to make sure that that all these areas have the sufficient infrastructure to make sure that, you know, we protect the safety of our businesses and our constituents, their homes. We've had fires in my community where people have died, and I'm sure in Commissioner Holguin's as well. We've had a fire out in East Montana where just, you know, great health hazards from the smoke from that property out there that was, I guess, different kind of refuse that they were, you know, holding on the property. And I think it's just incumbent on us that we take a look at these areas and try and collaborate with our municipalities and in the outlying areas of our communities to make sure that these resources and this infrastructure is going to be able to provide that service when necessary in order to make sure that for the safety of all our constituents in the area. And so, and I think it's incumbent on us. We've asked the administration to look at this area and how we can and try and investigate and make sure that we have adequate resources to make sure that we are keeping tabs on the infrastructure and that it'll be available when needed.
Well, thank you for highlighting that. It's very important. Do you know the extent of the damage of the?
I don't know the cost, but the building was entirely consumed. Thankfully, there weren't, all people were able to get taken out of the building. I went out there, I was out there for a little bit of time, and it was just impressive how the entire building was just consumed so quickly. But
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate your comments.
I guess we'll take no further action on item 14A.
Mhm.
And this brings us back to executive session, item number 12. Commissioners Court will recess into executive session to discuss items 12B through 12E, 12G, and 12H pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, 551.072, 551.0745, and 551.087. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action. It is 5:13 p.m.
Thank you. Caesar, go ahead.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. It is 7:21 p.m. Item number 13A from regular session, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the exchange, lease, or value of real property located within Block 1, Socorro Grant, El Paso County, Texas.
Judge, Commissioners, Eric Rosales, County Attorney's Office. We're not asking for action on this item, please.
No action for item 13A. Item 13B, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the exchange, lease, or value of real property located within Block 17, Upper Valley Survey, Tracts 2A, 3C, and 5B, El Paso County, Texas.
We're also asking for no action on this item.
No action for 13B. Item number 13C, discuss and take appropriate action regarding pending litigation styled United States versus Texas, number 2450149, County Attorney's File Number 016523PL.
No action.
Item 13C, no action. And this concludes all the items on our agenda, Judge.
Okay, thank you for helping me with my jet lag by prolonging. No, I think it's catching up now. So,
Thank you all. Thank you very much. Have a great week.
Everybody, production
This
team.
concludes today's meeting at 7:23 p.m.